Evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order at approximately 6:34. We have a quorum. My name is Steve Fries. I'm the chairman of this body. The reason I'm sitting here is because my son left to go to Chicago, but he left behind a bad cold, and I got it. And so I'm just kind of like sitting over here to avoid infecting anybody. So that's what I'm here for. And if I'm not at the top of my game tonight, I think. So please be patient with me if I'm a little bit slow. And I'm not, like I said, I'm a little bit slow tonight or I mess things up. But anyway, we'll get the meeting going. First order of business is election of officers. Vice Chairman Coop, could you preside over the nomination for president?
Of course. Members of the commission, are there any nominations for the position of president of the Plan Commission? Commissioner Renzulli.
I nominate current president Stephen Frias to be reelected as president of the Planning Commission.
Is there a second? We have a second. Any other nominations? Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you. And the best part of it is I'm not going to give a speech. So next is nominations for the office of vice president. Are there any nominations for the office of vice president? Commissioner Renzulli?
I nominate current vice president Robert Coop to remain a vice president of the Planning Commission.
There's any seconding to that nomination? No, seconded by Commissioner Lanfear. Are there any other nominations? Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of Commissioner Coop being elected, re-elected vice president, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Congratulations, Vice Chairman, Vice President Coop. Next is approval of the minutes. I want to apologize to my colleagues. I would ask that we continue these two approval of the minutes till next meeting. I received drafts of these on Monday. I did not feel up to making revisions to these minutes, in particular because of the preparation time for this meeting. So I'd ask your indulgence to continue these approval of these 2 minutes to the next February meeting. Motion made by Vice Chairman Coop, seconded by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Nothing, my colleagues, because I'm sitting over here, I may not be able to see you well, just raise your hand and I will try to find you, okay? So before the meeting began, I just try to get a sense of where things were at, how many people were here for what and the order. So I wanted to take things out of order and start with the simple matter, which is the Lake Street Villa matter, which is a continuance request. Will the staff please indicate, provide us a report on this continuous request?
So this project's going to be re-noticed because of an error in the notice. So they'll be re-advertised in the Herald and sent out and advertised for the February meeting. I know we do have at least somebody in the room who's come on this matter, and I'd like to share that we've received a lot of inquiries and questions about this project.
Okay. Mr. Solicitor, is it okay? Should we just continue this matter or could we take public comment at this time? What's the most appropriate course of procedure?
No, just continue it. No public comment at this time because it hasn't been opened.
Hasn't been opened. Okay, so this would be a continuance until the February meeting, correct, Director Ashman? Yes. Okay. The February meeting is February 3rd of this year. Okay, so you understand there will be a meeting on February 3rd and you'll be heard at that time. Okay, at this time, if anyone would like to make a motion to continue this matter to February 3rd, please indicate to me. Commissioner Lanfear has made a motion to continue this February 3rd, seconded by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Next matter I'd like to take up is the Dunkin' Donuts Development Zone Change. Mr. Brennan, I believe you're here. You were not here at the beginning, right at the beginning, so I kind of take things out of order, and I thought that there were some people here already, and we already heard your proposal already. I thought it'd be more efficient if we heard you now at this point. Is that okay with you?
That is, thank you very much.
Okay, proceed, Mr. Brennan.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations on the reappointment. For the record, Joseph Brennan, attorney on behalf of the applicant. The project that you have before you is the recommendation for an ordinance change. The current property is zoned M2. Well, for formality, well, the location is 0 Plainfield Pike, Assessors Plat 36-2, Lot 169. The current zoning is M2, and what we are proposing is M2 with conditions. That way, we keep the zone the same, and the conditions, the main one that we're applying for is for the additional uses to be added into the allowed uses for this lot only. Those would be the conditions. I know in the last meeting, you wanted me to read those out. Would that be appropriate to do again, or is it just considered part of the application?
Well, why don't you read them out, just in case, because members of the public here may not have heard it last time, and they may want to comment on it.
So the additional uses would be an artisan's workshop studio, bakery retail, bank financial institution, barber shop, beauty salon, brew pub, check cashing facility, convenience store, day spa, drive-in restaurant, drugstore, hardware store, medical diagnostic laboratory, music and dance studio, restaurant without drive-in facility, retail sales small scale, tavern, pub, neighborhood bar, urgent care facility, veterinarian hospital or clinic, and that rounds out the list. So the proposal that you have is for really our main tenant here is going to be the Dunkin' Donuts. And if you have the plan, it's to the top of the plan, but to the east side of the property where we would have that Dunkin' Donuts located. And additionally, as two parts of the conditions that we're looking for are the use regulations. One being that a drive-through use has to have a separate building for that use. As you can see, Unit 1 on the top, we have it proposed as attached to the other buildings. When we read through the planning staff recommendations, they themselves note that they don't, it's more of an archaic thing. They themselves don't understand why that's necessary, especially if a site can prove that it can work with an attached facility. So we agree with that, of course. And the beauty of it is it allows for us to have the double drive-through that gets extended all the way through the back of the building. So the stacking of vehicles wouldn't even be a question. And the public really has no reason to use the back, as we can provide all of our parking, as you can see, to the front of the building. The exit towards the top would be a right turn only. That way traffic can be predictable towards the west of the property where people could turn left or right. So if anybody leaving the drive-through needed to turn to the left, they would have to exit down at the bottom. The other item that we're asking, since we're talking about the exits, is you can see the exit to the east on the top of the plan. That's the right turn only. Your regulations require 40 feet between driveway openings to adjacent properties. The owner of that lot, their property goes over into the back. They're the ones who subdivided this. So they're completely on board with this plan because they know that it was coming and that this was the agreed upon placement of that driveway. So we have no issues with them at all. And you can see it even goes onto their lot. So we'll be getting an easement from them as part of our plan. And so we believe that that is an acceptable placement, especially that way we can have two forms of egress for the drive-through for safety purposes. And because it's a state road, Rhode Island DOT will also have to review that. And although we don't have a physical alteration permit because we're very far from that process, in the initial meetings and discussion with them, they were on board with this, and that's why we're proposing it as such, because we've only received positive feedback from them on that proposal. And then just to kind of round out and finalize it, just as a reminder, what you have is on the top, we show unit 1. And then in the middle, we show unit 2 as retail. And there's some dotted lines in there because that could indicate some tenant spacing. We're not sure what tenants will go in there. In a perfect world, one tenant would take up the entire of that middle portion that we show as like the unit 2 retail, but it may be 2, it may be 3. And that's the purpose for why we are asking for those additional uses as part of the M2 with conditions. And then on the bottom, all the way to the west, you'll see we show unit 3 restaurant use. That would be just one restaurant. It wouldn't be broken up as such. And the reason for doing this as such is also because we won't need to ask for any parking relief, because the parking regulations are all based upon usage and the square footage that you're providing. So whether it's 1 tenant or 4 that go through the middle, and then 1 at the top, 1 at the bottom, so you're looking at possibly 3 to 6 tenants, the parking calculation would remain the same based upon those uses and the square footage of the building, and we can meet that parking regulation. So we also believe there's adequate parking as part of it. As you can see, there's also some landscaping shown on the plan, which will, in the future, we'll have more detailed examples of what kind of plantings and such. But obviously, at this point, we're still only really at the recommendation stage as we've got to move forward to the city council. So with that, that concludes the presentation. I do have the engineer, Dana Nisbet from Dupree Engineering here, if there's any questions that I can't answer. And we also have the applicant, David Petrosinelli with us too, if I couldn't answer something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Are there any questions for Mr. Brennan on this project from my colleagues? Commissioner?
Yeah, I don't think you can see me.
I can see you, Director.
Okay. Just a quick question. I noticed that the eastern side, you talk about that driveway. Why is that only a right out when the one to the west is at both directions? Is there a median that prevents a movement?
No, there's not.
So why wouldn't you just come out perpendicular and allow the people that use the drive-through not to go through the parking lot and make a left or a right the same way you're doing it at the lower one? You would separate the distance between the eastern driveway to the other development, and you'll also be able to have multiple movements left and right out of that easternmost driveway.
This layout, Dana Nisbet, Dupree Engineering, for the record. This layout was originally worked out with a pre-application meeting with DOT, and we established that exit only for basically the truck route around the building. Otherwise, we really wouldn't even need the second exit, but we could certainly discuss that with DOT if they'd rather have a two-way entrance at that point.
I would, because I just have seen several developments like that, and the right only is not always going to be a right only. It's also going to be people making the left turn in. And you might as well just make it a two-way the way it would normally be functioning. And if it's okay at the westernmost driveway, I don't see why it wouldn't be for the northern, I mean, the eastern as well.
Yeah, I think the idea was trying to prevent traffic from coming in there. That way, when they go around the drive-through, they're only passing through the property one time. But I'm sure as the project goes on, we'll take that into consideration. And if there's some way to engineer the exit to the left too, that could prevent people from entering from that direction, we'll certainly consider it.
Any other questions for Mr. Brennan? Mr. Barbary, Commissioner Barbary.
Frank, just to clarify, I think that you can't, coming down, you can't make a left turn going in there. On. And if you're coming out, you can't go out and take a left going out either. I don't think you go. Maybe that's why.
No, I'm not aware of any traffic signal on that area of Plainfield Pike, no.
The signal's a little further down the intersection from this area.
So, I mean, for right now, obviously you can ask any questions you want, but you know, this is just an ordinance recommendation for consistency with the comprehensive plan, et cetera. They're probably going to have to come back once or twice more regarding that, but certainly you can. Lisa, did you have a question or no? Okay. You know, ask any questions.
Are there any other inquiries from Mr. Brown? Okay, thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Let me see. I think you should do public comment at this point. Oh, yeah, sorry. See, I told you I'm gonna be a little off today. Jonas, could you give the staff report on this?
Yes. All right, since we already have the introduction, I just wanted to show, here's the current aerial view. As you can see, the site itself is currently a vacant lot with just grass on it. May remember this from a recent subdivision, the real term minor subdivision, that was a UDR approval. This is in red, that is kind of the estimated boundary line right there. Site layout itself. As you can see, much of this area is, from the zoning map, you can see much of the area is industrially zoned. It's also right on the Johnston line. So I also, and before I move to the next slide, you can see there are commercial uses along Plainfield Pike, most commonly around Comstock. And then there's another C5 zone there by Sailor Way. There's also, can't really see it here, but there's also a bank right next to where this is, a very small little lot. You can see with the laser pointer right here, there's also bank use there. And here's the Johnston zoning map for reference. The other side of the street is their like general business district. So mostly commercial, some light industrial uses. The yellow to the left, that's not directly on this road, is a residential district, but that's the lot we're looking at is right here versus the residential districts up there. Future land use map also designates most of this area as industrial. You can see this is the wider Comstock industrial area and what this is a part of. Applicant already talked about the ordinance in detail, so I will move on from this slide. Move to the consistency of the surrounding area, as I kind of showed with the zoning map and the future land use map. The area zone-wise, very much commercial and industrial. So we're just mixed along Plainfield Pike. Most of the more intensive industrial uses are definitely much more on the inner side of the bigger industrial area that you saw earlier, mostly along these roads. So it kind of sticks to where most of the commercial is located on Plainfield Pike. Doesn't really like intrude too much into that industrial area. So generally, this having another commercial use along Plainfield Pike, it's very much in line with much of the uses that are already there. Much of the development that's already there. There's other kind of strip commercial developments along that side, especially near the Comstock area. Briefly over the analysis of the conditions. For condition 1, the permissible uses that we talked about, generally found that the list of the proposed commercial uses focuses mostly on these like smaller commercial uses, that are mostly in support of staffing and operate, like mostly in support of the industrial area and the people that work there. And it's not, because it's not these like big grocery stores, you don't really estimate that it's going to be like any uses that are like replacing any industrial uses, more so, working in tandem with those larger industrial sites. And we generally suspect that also like the traffic volumes that something like this would, compared to like a major grocery store would be much more manageable. With existing or maybe even slightly modified infrastructure, like a left turn lane, as you see a little further down. For condition 2, the dimensional regulations that we talked about, the M2 setbacks, generally find them a bit unusual for commercial uses, just because in our other our commercial zones, mostly they'll have smaller setbacks, but having the setbacks for the M2 for this use, for this site, is very much in line with much of the rest of the area. And should also allow for some greater separation between some of the more nuisance-prone industrial uses that it will be right between. And yeah. And then for, right, so because condition 3, applicant also basically mentioned it, but yeah. So reiterate, when it came to for the section B1, subsection B1, this regulation definitely predates everyone here in the planning department, and we weren't quite sure why a drive-through use would have to be separated from the building. But when it comes to this specific layout, we actually thought that it is acceptable that the drive-through use is connected to these other commercial buildings, just because it really helps route the traffic around the site, and will kind of help to limit some interactions with pedestrians that'll be going to the other businesses. And then for B4, the layout with the double drive-through, it kind of helps like having like an elongated layout. It definitely helps with adding much more queuing space. So we should have much lower likelihood that this traffic will bleed out onto Plainfield Pike. And for B4, sorry about that. Right. So for this one, it was, there was a question was brought up about like for curb openings of this definition for B4, we're not entirely sure if that refers to how you measure. Sorry, the ordinance is unclear about how this definition of a driveway opening can be interpreted. But generally, we think that this layout can be safe, and during the master and the preliminary plan, we also think that if a better design needs to come, that can happen during those times as well. So for the consistency of the comprehensive plan, generally believe that the proposal will create, space for new businesses in Cranston, provide a slight boost to the city's employment opportunities and the economic growth, particularly as a site will provide auxiliary commercial uses that serve the Comstock industrial area. So overall, our belief is that the ordinance is consistent with the comprehensive plan, belows the goals and policies that we believe are support this this application for a zone change. And generally, we believe that this, could also kind of act as like a pilot project for, potentially allowing some commercial auxiliary uses in the industrial area as like some smaller supporting uses. So, yeah. So when it comes to ordinances, we have to make these two findings. One is consistency with the comprehensive plan. Just note an area on the slide that says 2010, that should actually say 2024 comprehensive plan. But as of the items that I listed before, believe that the items that before, the goals and policies that were listed before are in support of positive consideration of this ordinance. And then for B, believe that the section, general purposes of zoning as prescribed by City Code Section 17410, believe they've been recognized and considered in review of the proposed ordinances. And we generally think that they're also consistent with the general purposes of zoning. So with that, we're offering, hoping to move forward a positive recommendation for this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Bruggeman. Any questions for the staff? Commissioner Lampier?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm curious, a couple of questions. First, do we have M2 with conditions in other sections of the city?
Specifically, oddly, we have, I don't believe we have I don't know if we have an M2, but I believe that isn't, Cranston Printworks, I believe, is an M1 with conditions. I think the closest that we have to this, and I don't remember exactly what zone that was, but the closest to this is a special zone that we've made for a flex commercial space. I cannot think about off the top of my head what exact development that was for, but
I remember.
it is
that
very
one.
similar where it was like, we're allowing the existing uses, but we're adding very specific conditions to allow a very specific development or type of development.
And can you, I think I know the answer, but can you tell me why you chose to do M2 with conditions as opposed to rezoning it to some type of commercial use?
Two reasons. One of them is that if the site were at some point in the future, because it still allows the industrial uses, so if the site were to be used for industrial, or is 30, 40 years down the line, if they would ever want to put an industrial use in it, they could on this lot. And it would also avoid a amendment to the future land use map.
Any other questions for Mr. Bruggeman from my colleagues? Seeing none, this would be the appropriate time to take public comment. Is there anyone here in the room that would like to make public comment on this application? I see none. Mr. Lima, is there anyone online who would like to make public comment on this application?
There is no public comment online.
Thank you, Mr. Lima. Okay, Mr. Bruggeman, you have provided the recommendation. Just quickly so state it one more time, and then we can have a vote or further questions or discussion.
We recommend a positive recommendation on ordinance 122502.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bruggeman? If not, this would be an appropriate time for a motion. Don't be shy, people. Who's making the motion? Okay, Mrs. Zadalis, Director Zadalis. And what is your motion, Director Zadalis?
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that we adopt the finding of facts and move a positive recommendation on ordinance 12-2502 to the city council.
All right, motion made for a positive recommendation adopting the staff's recommendation. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Director Carrero. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Brennan. Next up in your journey to the big house, city council.
Thank you very much for your time. We
All right,
appreciate it.
thank you. As discussed earlier, okay. As discussed earlier, we'd be now taking these Natick Solar application. Last time we left this, Mr. Murray was rebutting comments made by the public. Before we continue with Mr. Murray's rebuttal, if any, at this time, to the comments made by the public, I just want to make a quick statement here. I understand from emails that were sent to me, they're also on the website, that Mr. Doherty the attorney for the abutters had an accident and has surgery today and therefore cannot be with us. Mr. Doherty asked for a continuance. However, the continuance would be for a month, which would be to our February meeting. Unfortunately, state law provides the applicant 90 days, and that time period expires next week, I believe January 15th, if I remember correctly. We, the commission, do not have the power to unilaterally suspend statutes like that. The only person who can suspend that is the applicant. I will indicate, I think it's unfortunate that the applicant will not suspend. That's my own personal view. I've been involved in administrative law for many years. And times as a professional courtesy, we do, for extenuating circumstances such as a medical emergency, do grant the continuance. And I've represented utilities where we've even suspended statutes where we're going to raise rates to accommodate situations. And so I find it unfortunate, and on top of it, this case has been very contentious, and I know Mr. Doherty is a very zealous advocate and sometimes engages in language that can be very off-putting and upsetting to people, with talks about hell and fraud and stuff like that. I would also indicate is that my understanding is we had a problem with our notice in November, and that was brought to our attention by the abutters. The abutters could have decided not to disclose that at that time, held on to it, and we would have had an open meeting problem later on down the road. But I've said my piece, what I wanted to say for the record, and it's my understanding that the applicants wish to proceed tonight, which I'm fine with. I'm prepared to do this, and I believe my colleagues are as well. So, Mr. Murray, I apologize for sounding out of breath, but it's just the cold I have. And we can proceed if you have, we're gonna do some rebuttal, and then the commissioners will ask some questions, including myself, on this application. Commissioner,
Yes.
Solicitor Marcelo?
Before you get going, there were a couple of board members who missed a few meetings or a meeting. So I want to put on the record and ask them individually.
Sure, sorry.
Ms. Mancini, did you, for the meetings that you missed, did you review either by the transcript or the YouTube video, the entire meetings, which you missed?
Both meetings, YouTube videos and all applicant submissions.
Okay, and are you prepared to move forward tonight?
I am prepared.
Okay. Mr. Zadelis, same question to you.
Both meetings, and I am prepared to move.
Okay, and I believe Mr. Correa, you missed one
Yes,
meeting. is
both
that-
meetings and
Oh.
I'm able to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
All set? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Murray, you have the floor if you wish to want to continue your rebuttal from public comment from last meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, for the record, Robert Murray, representing Natick Solar LLC and Ronald Rossi, the owner of the property. At the December meeting, Mr. Frias, there was substantial opportunity for the objectors to present testimony and documents, and subsequent to the meeting, further documentation was submitted. You gave us an opportunity at the last meeting to reply to some of what was discussed that evening. That included not only myself, but Ryan Palumbo from Natick Solar LLC. My rebuttal to Mr. Dougherty's 45 minutes was obviously shorter than that. But at this point, we're prepared to stand on the information we've provided thus far. We'll be happy to answer any questions, and that's why we're here tonight. I just want to not correct, but just state for the record, the only thing within our power is whether or not we would agree to extend the period for the certificate of completeness deadline. And given the history, the lengthy documentation, presentations, discussion of this application, we're at the point where we believe that's not necessary, and for that reason, we did not agree to extend the statutory deadline for the action by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Let's see, I just have some follow-up questions because, as you know, Mr. Murray, from the public comment and then the submissions that came in, I do have some follow-up for the applicant. Who is the individual in charge of DEM? Is that Mr. Revy? Sorry if I mispronounced it.
I didn't hear that question.
Is it better if I stand here?
No, you said, who is the individual?
I needed to ask some questions on DEM. Is that person here?
On DEM,
Yes, the DEM permit.
Eric Creevy from Dupree Engineering.
Eric Creevy, thank you.
Professional engineer who's testified in this matter. I think he'd be the first choice to answer.
Okay. I'm only standing here because it's easier. Maybe you can hear me better because I'm over here. It's kind of hard, maybe.
Thank you.
Mr. Prevey, there were some questions about DEM permit. Your DEM permit has expired and you have resubmitted for a new DEM permit, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Actually, real quickly, just for the record, Eric Prevey, P-R-I-V-E. I'm a registered professional engineer with Dupree Engineering.
Thank you. The DEM permit you have resubmitted, how long do you think it will take before you would likely get approval of a DEM permit?
Probably at least a couple more months. That's typically how long. And typically permits are around 6 months by the time they actually get through.
And you will not be submitting for seeking final plan, this may be a legal question, you will not be seeking final plan approval until you have a DEM permit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the issues raised by one of the applicants, one of the abutters, on your DEM permit was that the standard has changed, apparently, is how it was characterized. The standard has changed, that now DEM strongly discourages solar farms in forested areas. And I'm paraphrasing, as you would understand. Have you had any discussion with DEM on how your permit will be treated based on that, how has been alleged a change of standard overview?
We have had discussions with them, and a matter of fact, it's somewhat of a procedural matter in a way where there is no more extensions that can be granted at this time. But in the instance of understanding of what has gone on and the length of the process and both with municipal matters and such and how long it's taken, recognize that kind of, I'm not going to say grandfathering, but the extension of what that could be. So we do need to get a new permit because the ability to get extensions is no longer, but they recognize that we've been giving ongoing effort this entire time again, not just sitting on a permit and not moving. So the standard has, as much as, you know, DEM has a different view and stance on solar projects, this has been viewed as an acceptable resubmission.
Okay, so if I remember the word you used, DEM, from your viewpoint, you believe DEM considers you grandfathered? Is that,
I wouldn't say that. They recognize and understand that we have been ongoing with it. So clearly not grandfathered is a legal term, and I'm not using that as a legal term. I'm
okay,
just,
I was just using the term that you used, is what I
Understood.
thought. I understood. All right, but I understand is that this, we'll find out if you're gonna get DEM approval, and that will be subject to final plan approval. Um,
Could I just address the?
Could you state your name?
Of course. Nick Nybo, Senior Legal Counsel for Revity Energy and Affiliates, including Natick Solar. I have reviewed the comments made about DEM and what I would term the core forest legislation that was passed in 2023. That legislation is explicit about grandfathering. It provides DEM no discretion about whether a project is grandfathered or not. And the grandfathering line is whether an application was made to the relevant municipality, or an interconnection application was made with the relevant utility, here Rhode Island Energy, prior to April 15th, 2023. I think everybody in this room would agree that this project applied with this municipality prior to April 15th, 2023. And we also filed our interconnection application in 2020. So all of the restrictions that are now in place under state law with respect to solar projects in core forests do not apply to this application. I hope that answered the question about DEM and core forests.
It does answer the question, and I also understand, even if people disagree with your interpretation, you cannot get final plan approval without a DEM permit. So DEM will make the final determination one way or another, correct?
I'm only speaking about the core forest aspect. I 100% agree with you, and I just wanted to address that very limited point.
Understood. Thank you very much. Next question, Mr. Reevy, is it Mr. Prevey? Is it Mr. Prevey, right?
Prevey.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's this question. You may be the right one, or it's Mr. Carter or Mr. Murray, I just don't know yet. About the size of the parcel, parcel. Size of the project is approximately 62 acres, more or less, correct?
64 acres is what the entire
Okay,
parcel is.
64 acres. And what portion of it is leased for the solar farm?
On the leasing end, I'm not sure. What I can tell you is the limited disturbance, that might be important. That's what I could tell you is the limited disturbance that we are using is 28.7 acres. So that is the area within where proposed work is within the erosion controls and any disturbances and such.
Okay, so less than half of the
Correct.
of the land, I'll phrase that way, is being disturbed for the solar farm. The map may be up there, it may not be, but one issue that keeps coming up is this insufficient landscaping. And this may be where Mr. Carter comes in, but I think you can maybe answer it first. Aspect, there's supposed to be this development standard review issue, but it says about 15% supposed to be landscaped. But one of the things I've seen rebutted by you is, or by the applicant, is that there's a lot of land that's being left in its natural condition. A significant percentage, it appears to me. The wetlands area in the southeast corner, about how much land is that acreage wise?
I don't want to give a wrong answer. I don't know the exact number, and I don't want to testify incorrectly on that one.
Okay. I'm trying to get an understanding that there's probably between the landscaping and other land there's probably there's at least 9 acres of undisturbed land that's not going to be able to be disturbed, more or less, I think.
That's correct.
Okay. That's fine. Mr. Carter, could I ask you a few questions, please?
Yes, John Carter. I'm a registered landscape architect.
Mr. Carter, I was not part of the first phase of this proceeding in 2019, 2020, 2021. So I'd like you to explain to me a little bit of you sometimes refer to as a collaborative process, the ad hoc committee that was developed in the process that came into creating the landscaping plan. So could you please explain a little bit for me right off the get-go? What was that process? How did it work? Okay.
Yes. So at the request of the commission, the applicants retained a registered landscape architect to do a peer review, which is a common practice. In addition to that, to act as a intermediary between an ad hoc group made up, I'm not going to say, I wasn't on the ad hoc committee, but I believe there were neighbors and staff and applicants all represented. Her name was Sarah Bradford. She since passed away. And so her role was to basically, I guess, represent the city's interests in reviewing the work that my office did. So the way that unfolded was that I originally met her at the site. We walked the site, we walked the perimeter, the areas that were sort of the focus of the need for landscaping to screen the adjacent homes. I believe she interacted with the ad hoc committee. I think somebody here would know that. However, I met her at the site several times. We walked it. We had numerous discussions. I showed her the plans that we were developing. She reviewed them. She made comments. She marked them up. She made good comments. And we incorporated them. So it was a collaborative effort between my office and her to develop what you have in front of you now.
Thank you. Can you hear me from here? Is this
Beg your
fine?
pardon?
Can you hear me from here? Or
Yes.
is it more difficult for
As
you?
good as I can hear anything
Okay.
these days, yes.
I'm just trying to understand one thing. So it was a collaborative effort. You worked with a person who was appointed by the city to work on this landscaping plan. Are you aware of any aspects of the landscaping plan that the abutters wanted changed that was rejected by the applicant?
I am not. No,
Okay.
I can say that early in the process, before Sarah Bradford was even involved, we had presented some options, talked about putting a solid fence. I believe the feedback we got was from the neighbors. They did not want that. We didn't think it was a good idea too. So that simply because of maintenance and so forth. But no, I don't have any personal knowledge of that. No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Mr. Murray, is there someone here who can answer questions of blasting, or should I direct these questions to you?
Yes, can I just take a moment just to go back to an earlier question?
No problem.
I just want to be clear with respect to the peer review process. That was a selection made by the planning department. My client paid for the services of Mrs. Bradford, and whatever bill she submitted to the city was then forwarded on to us, and we paid it. But I want to be clear that we did not hire we were not the decision maker in hiring Ms. Bradford. She was an excellent choice. And the ad hoc committee was made up of a member of the planning commission, a couple of neighbors, the applicant. It was a process that went on over several meetings and months. And few exceptions, I don't believe any recommendations that Ms. Bradford made we could not find some common ground on. So the end result of the landscape plan that you're doing here incorporates the valuable contributions she made through that process and the professionalism and recommendations of Mr. Carter.
Okay, thank you. Are you the, on blasting, are you the person I should direct my questions to?
Well, I think Ryan Palumbo from Brevity might. be
That's
able to-
fine. That's
but,
fine.
Why don't we start with me and we'll see where we go.
Did anyone look at the pictures by Mr. Lawrence?
We've seen those pictures numerous times over the years. They were taken during the construction of the Tennessee Gas Pipeline.
Has anyone who has expertise in gas pipelines installation reviewed them on your behalf?
Our project team is aware of it. We've worked with Kinder Morgan, who is the manager of the pipeline for Tennessee Gas. We have met on site with them. Their comments and recommendations have been incorporated in the plans. And while I understand Mr. Lawrence's passion about the Tennessee Gas Pipeline when it was going in, I remember very well his community involvement in that area. We believe that the Tennessee Gas Pipeline today is safe. There is construction that goes on up and down that pipeline. There is blasting that's done much closer to the pipeline in other areas that does not pose a problem. We will comply with all state law with respect to the state fire marshal and all blasting laws. Mr. Rossi has from time to time received permits to do blasting on his property already without incident. And in the letter that Mr. Nybo sent the planning director, where we reaffirmed our agreement to all the conditions that were placed on the preliminary approval in 2021. We offered to the commission a additional condition that in the course of an approval of this preliminary plan, we would not object to an additional condition of no blasting within 200 feet of the gas pipeline. And we stand by that this evening. And if that condition is imposed, it will be honored and followed to the letter. And we believe that given the experience and assistance of Kinder Morgan and all the regulations in place, regardless of what Mr. Lawrence's photos depict, this project can be built safely and not pose any problem with respect to the pipeline. If I could just ask Mr. Palumbo, he wants to supplement it.
Ryan Palumbo for the record, principal of Brevity Energy. Just to piggyback on that comment, like Mr. Murray said, no one is going to have a better judgment of how this operation needs to be policed than Kinder Morgan themselves. So before we start construction, I think we've spoken about this before, there will be a formal submission process where we show them our site plans and all other documentations that they require. And there's no reason from our side that those pictures shouldn't be part of it. We want them, the current representatives today, to see what they did back then. And they'll take all of that into their review. And that's blasting or not, any disturbance that we have within 300 feet of their gas line is going to require that review. So when that time comes, we will also make those photos part of their review and analysis.
So Kinder Morgan hasn't reviewed these photos yet?
Has not reviewed, not that I know of.
Okay. Yep.
First of all, I don't believe it's a requirement, but they may have, like in any project like this, while they did not do the actual construction and they're managing it for Tennessee Gas, I'm sure they have available a history of construction techniques and methods that were used to install the pipeline, various depictions of the pipeline during its different phases. But first of all, when we met with Kinder Morgan on site as part of our submission, we did not have the benefit of Mr. Lawrence's photos. they came much later in the process.
Mr. Palumbo, you would agree that within 300 feet, there's a more intensive review process with Kinder Morgan on blasting, within 300 feet of the pipeline?
I would agree that they have a standard that any disturbance within 300 feet triggers their formal review.
Right.
That's all I'm aware of.
And that it's more, I would say it's different from 1,000 feet away, correct?
Their standard, as I know, is only 300 feet.
Okay. I think there's 1,000, it's like they used to have a notice. That's maybe my recollection from the master plan phase, but I may be wrong. If you were not allowed to blast within 300 feet, could you actually build a solar farm there?
We could still build a solar farm.
Okay.
There would just be different mechanical means of disturbing that area. So if we had a big outcropping of ledge, let's say 250 feet that we ran into and we couldn't blast it, what that would require is a large hammer coming out to the site and just repetitively chipping away at it. And once you chip away at those pieces, it creates, smaller but still large rocks. So then you hammer away at those pieces, and it's we consider it a little bit more of a nuisance based on the feedback that we received on project in the state, but it is not impossible.
So it's still feasible. Okay. Mr. Murray or Mr. Palumbo, either one, it's more of a legal thing. Just on blasting. You would agree, I'm trying to remember your conditions, and I apologize, I can't read and do this as quickly as I used to. You would obviously not do it on weekends, you during regular business hours. How many hours a day are you gonna blast? Could you limit it to, let's say, 2 hours a day?
I'm not avoiding your questions, bear with me.
That's okay. Well, that's all right.
The, I would answer that this way, Mr. Chairman. The blasting is a specialized art. I was going to use a top tier blasting company for this. As we stand here tonight, we don't know exactly the total amount of blasting will need to be done. There may be an instance where we might be able, if we spent 4 hours on one day blasting, do a substantial amount. If there were a limitation of time, considerations that have to come into place is the amount of the charge. I don't want to say that we could not do this if there was a time limitation, but I really think those decisions should be made in the field once we get there. Our interest is doing minimal blasting, doing it as efficiently and as quickly as possible, and getting off the site with the blasting. So, but if, I can't tell you that we can't live with a condition, but I would suggest that it's probably, at this point, my word would be premature to make that determination because we don't have all that information yet.
Mr. Palumbo?
I don't know if Mr. Palumbo wants to. Yeah, I'll just supplement what Mr. Murray said. If there was a time limiting factor that the commission felt more comfortable that blasting should be done in, we'd be happy to, abide by what that condition would be. When you're blasting in the middle of the day, more time goes into the prep and the cleanup work than the actual blast itself. So you may spend a couple hours in the morning prepping for it. You may do the blast at 11 a.m., 12 a.m., and then you're processing all material after that. So if there was a window a little later than the start hours and a little earlier than the end hours of construction hours, we would be amenable to that.
Okay. Mr. Murray, I'm going to go through.
He obviously meant to say 12 p.m., not
No, I
12
understand. Don't worry.
Just for the record.
Yeah. I'm gonna go through the December 19th, 2025 letter that Nick Nybo sent to the commission. Just got a few questions on these conditions. Could you turn your attention to condition 9? Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Before I forget on the blasting, I apologize. I don't have it as organized in my head as I usually do. I believe at master plan level, you indicated you would provide notice to the abutters for blasting 10 to 14 days ahead of time. Is that still are you still willing to abide by that as a condition?
Certainly.
I believe at master plan level, you indicated that you would provide notice pursuant to state law of 500 feet from the blasting location. That would be 500 feet, even if to a property, I believe, even if the structure was not within 500 feet, as long as it touched the property. Is that my recollection? Am I recalling that correctly?
I would consider the property being the radius. If there was a house at 512 feet, we would still notify the property.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Thank you. And you have no problem with that as a condition if necessary, correct?
No.
Okay. Insurance. For you to go engage in blasting, you need insurance, correct? I would assume so.
Well, they're required to have insurance and we also have insurance.
Okay. Would you be able to provide proof of insurance and including or proof of something dealing with, I'm going to get this wrong and I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just probably getting it wrong. Is how you have insurance. Is your insurance cover the blaster in any way? Or does the blaster have his own insurance that covers the blasting? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. We have insurance to protect ourselves from the blasting. We don't insure the blaster. The blaster has his own insurance for a claim that could be made against him. We will have the protection against any claim that will also be made against us. But our first look will be to the blaster if there's a problem.
So you say is that you will have insurance and that your insurance will encompass blasting in some way? Yes. Do you have a problem with providing that proof as a condition?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, now condition 9. Oh, Mr. Palumbo wants to say something? Go ahead.
I want to clarify, we're insured for all construction activities on the property, so we can certainly provide a COI to the extent that the commission is looking for it before we get going. I've never seen a COI say specifically blasting in it, but it doesn't mean it's not covered as part of the policy. So if we need to do a little bit of digging to provide the commission what you need, we'll certainly do so within reason of whatever the insurance carrier will provide to us.
Yeah, I just think it's important. If we allow, I assume the majority of the commission allows blasting on this site, that the residents of this area have some assurance that there is insurance here. That's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally agree.
Mr. Coop, I forgot. Did you want to say something or ask something a little earlier? And I get
I
distracted.
was reviewing those conditions from the 2021 approval. I was going to give you some information from there, but
thank you.
we're well beyond that now.
All right. And Mike, by the way, I want to thank Commissioner Lampier for bringing up these conditions at the last meeting. It wasn't in the staff report and it was really helpful as a way of guiding us here. Condition number 9, Mr. Murray. The useful life of this project is anticipated to be 30 years, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately. However, annual inspections are only for the first 3 years. Why isn't it not 30 years?
Well, I think that condition was reflective of typically the landscaping needs a period of time to take hold and stabilize. And I'll defer to Mr. Carter, but I believe that the first 3 years are critically important for the city and for the neighbors, that we monitor the landscaping. And as you know, in another condition, we're putting $35,000 in escrow for plantings if necessary at any time during the course of the existence of the project. So, and if we use $10,000, we have to replenish it. So I think the feeling was at the time, working with the peer review architect, landscape architect, that 3 years was a measuring stick that was appropriate.
My concern about that, Mr. Carter can address it, was one of the things, some things go wrong after 3 years. You know, and I heard Mr. Carter talk about you have to maintain this, you have to water it, you have to do things like that. So, and I remember Commissioner Renzulli picking up on this in her questions about the importance of maintaining this. And this is a useful life is 30 years. Why are we only doing inspections for the first 3 years? Mr. Carter has something to add, but that's my concern about that.
Yeah, before he comes up, let me just say this. As Mr. Palumbo said at the last meeting, or the one before, the Palumbo family intends to retain ownership of this project. They are located in Warwick, Rhode Island. They will be the one maintaining this on a monthly basis. If we are fortunate enough to get to the point of coming out of the ground with this project, you know, they are absolutely sensitive to the interests of the city, the commission, the neighbors, and they will do what's right in terms of landscaping. I feel strongly about that. And as Mr. Palumbo said, you know, you're not going to need a 1-800 number for some company in Colorado to call about landscaping. So they understand it to be an important aspect of this project. That's why we have said we think we have a good plan, but we're going to make final decisions on the ground once the panels are in place. And Mr. Carter will work with the city to make certain that if there are areas that need a little additional landscaping, we're going to provide it. So it's not a hard and fast rule of the landscape plan that you see here. That's the primary basis of the approach we're taking. But so as far as the 3 years, I'll let Mr. Carter talk about if he thinks that's appropriate.
Before you go, Mr. Carter, Commissioner Lampier, you have a question that may just help add to this. You can all answer both questions at the same time.
Actually, what I did want to do was just point out condition 14, which requires for the life of the project, the applicant owner shall maintain required plantings and buffers as reflected in the final plan. My recollection from when we first put these conditions in, and Mr. Carter can certainly add to this, was that we did the inspections for 3 years because that was what we believed was an adequate amount of time for the plantings to take root and either survive, not survive, be replaced if they needed to be, and not require inspections after that, although the obligation is still on the applicant for the life of the project under condition 14 to maintain those required plantings. As, you know, sort of insurance for that and to ensure that it occurred, there was the language put in about the interest-bearing escrow account, which I think was my suggestion, so that there would be a fund to draw on and to ensure that it would be done if for some reason the applicant did not do it on their own.
I agree with Commissioner Lanfear's analysis of, I didn't specifically cite section 14. I was speaking to the escrow account because that's, in my mind, what has the funds available for supplemental work if necessary during the life of the project.
We'll get to Mr. Carter. I know will be answered. Just on the escrow account, 35,000. That was in 2021. Adjusted for inflation, it's 42,000 today. Is there a problem with going up to the inflation adjusted amount?
No.
Okay. Mr. Carter, could you come forward, please? I just want to talk to you about maintenance. Mr. Carter, I remember your testimony last time talking about the importance of maintenance, watering, that type of nature to keep these plants. Not only do they survive the transplant and the planting, but they continue to go. And my concern, especially when we have storms, these nor'easters, these hurricanes, whatever, trees fall down, whatever it is. What would be the problem of having an annual, is it a problematic to have an annual inspection of this landscaping?
No, it's not. I think that Mrs. Lanfair did a spot on job of explaining that, the 3 years. So the industry standard is typically 1 year. Occasionally, now a lot of communities are requiring 2 years. But that is of a warranty, and that's a warranty that basically covers the risk of losing plants due to transplanting.
Right.
So water as needed, proper installation of the plants, and according to the details on the plan, which provide planting soil, that type of thing. Typically, a landscape, once it's established, particularly this landscape and plant choice, these are primarily native plants. These are plants that should live all by themselves with no additional care. There's always the extreme, an insect, a disease, something that comes in. But in that event, there is the condition 14. So if in fact an insect came in and wiped out a whole variety of plants and left holes in the landscape, then that would be an obligation on the owner to come back with something else that was just as effective. They don't need maintenance. We don't want maintenance. This isn't, we use the word landscaping, but this is really, we're trying to establish a vegetated buffer to provide a dense screen between the project and the homes. Hands off is the best thing for that buffer, but during the establishment of the new plants, there may be a necessity, say invasive plants come in, invasive vines come in, and that type of thing. We prepared and submitted a maintenance document that went forward with the plans and would be, if approved, that would be part of the approved plan set, and it addresses all those issues.
Would, this is probably my final question on this. I understand the importance of the first 3 years to make sure the transplant works and they are growing. Do things arise after, have you seen things arise after 3 years where the buffer has, a problem has occurred, it's decayed, it's died, and an annual maintenance would have caught it?
I don't think an annual inspection is unreasonable, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray, I got one more question for you, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. I think it's one more question. Condition 21 is about final plan application shall be brought before the plan commission as an informational meeting item. Could you elaborate on how you envision that to work? And would public comment be allowed at that?
I believe, let me address that two ways. First, there was some confusion in remarks made among the meetings that talked about the final plan approval. Through the development plan review process, what that committee does is they approve a preliminary plan. In the development plan review committee, their position was if the plan stays basically as we've reviewed it, you do not need to come back to the development plan review committee for final approval. It can be handled administratively. That was one, and there was some confusion about that language. That's in the ordinance, and that's what the development plan review committee typically does on projects. They defer to the staff, that they have the experience and knowledge and understanding of what the committee was concerned about, where the conditions met, they can go ahead and approve the final development plan review plan, and we will have to submit that. This condition talks about the last stage of the land development process. And like we did earlier, it was obviously prior to Jonas and Beth joining the staff. We submitted the final plan submission. It was reviewed by the staff. I think Josh Berry was the principal planner at the time who reviewed it. Before he stamped it approved, he brought it to the commission for their review, not because the statute allowed it, not for their approval. He felt it was in accord of the preliminary plan approval. He was prepared to give final plan approval, so it was brought to the commission. So when we look at that condition here, that's what would be contemplated. And I believe your question was, that would be a docketed item on an agenda. And, you know, as is your practice, whether or not you are presiding in that, it would be an informational meeting, and I expect public comment would be allowed. So that's what it was. It's just the procedural step of the commission actually voting to approve the final plan. What we did the last time was the staff reviewed it, they were prepared to approve it, but came to the commission and said, this is what we have and this is what we're going to approve.
Thank you. I read one of the public comments was about that there would not be public input at the final plan approval stage, and I wanted to, it appears that you're okay with permitting public comment at that stage.
Yeah, correct. I mean, it wouldn't be the applicant's choice. So under the law, we don't have to allow.
I just don't know if he's going to
public
object
comment.
or something, you know what I mean? That's all it is.
It still wouldn't matter if he objected. It would be up to the commission at the time.
All right. Okay, thank you, Solicitor Marcella.
But to answer your question, we would not object.
Thank you. I think that's all my questions for you, Mr. Murray, and the applicant. Do my colleagues have questions for Mr. Murray and the applicant at this time? Please raise your hand or indicate to me. Okay, I can't read your, I have to, thank you, Commissioner Lampier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple, with regard to the blasting, what distances to the pipeline does the current plan contemplate for blasting? You said you wouldn't, you agreed not within 200, but what does the plan contemplate?
Well, there are areas within the 200 feet that we will not be able to blast if that condition is imposed. There are some, outcroppings that could fall within 200 feet. We will use mechanical means if necessary.
Everything that we're talking about for blasting, more often than not, is subsurface conditions. So you'll see a couple of outlines of ledge cropping out of the ground. So you'll have some idea of some challenge areas if you walk the site. But other than that, we need to do things like dig trenches. There's some grade changes on the site. So to pin down the exact areas of where blasting will occur isn't something that you would actually be able to do today. We have a general idea.
And what would be well, you may not be able to answer this either, but if you can, what would be the closest that blasting would occur to abutting properties?
I think the closest visual abutting properties or the pipeline specifically. I'm sorry.
Abutting properties.
I could probably get you that answer pretty quickly. I could just grab it. My best estimate is on the north side. There might be some areas within 100 to 75 feet from the property line that there may be some blasting.
Can you tell me how many abutting properties that would be, if you know?
I'm not sure, I don't understand how to answer that question. Mr. Lampier. How many abutting properties are in the general vicinity? So if you look at the area that I'm referring to would probably be in the northeast side of the development, so. Yeah, so if you're in down there, maybe whatever 100 feet would be, so there's 2 or 3 properties, I'd say, surrounding that corner. I'm not sure if that answers your question. Yes.
I have. Hi. My question is with the blasting comes with, do we know, we don't know what's gonna happen if God forbid something happens to one of the houses because it's close enough, if a window breaks or where will reparations be happening for the abutters properties if any injuries, for the property damage, if anything happens?
Yeah.
And how can they prove that to Kinder Morgan?
Of course. Are you, so when you say Kinder Morgan, obviously you're referring to the pipeline, but I understand your
You
question.
don't-
Blasting in general around surrounding properties. So we've been doing this for a decade. We blasted a lot closer than 100 feet. We've never had an experience gone wrong, but if something did, the conversations that we were having earlier in regards to insurance, that would probably be the first means and method. An investigation would obviously be done, but there will always be insurance there to cover that. It wasn't too long ago that we were blasting on a property in West Greenwich that had a residential well, maybe 15 feet to the east, and a house foundation 15 feet to the west. We blasted right in the middle of that. Again, with a professional blasting company that does this all the time, with no issues. So I say that just to provide perspective for those that don't have experience with blasting, and you can hear 100 feet and say, wow, that sounds pretty close relative to the property that we're looking at, but I just want to provide that perspective.
Well, when I was watching the YouTube video of the last meeting on the 9th, someone testified that we wouldn't put blast within 100 feet of the pipeline. That's like putting salutes in the ground because you wouldn't get enough proper method to remove the material.
Mhm.
So you're saying you do this within 100 feet of other properties and it's fine? I mean,
Yeah,
because this is ledge, you're saying that this is why
Yeah,
you wouldn't do
that comment was specifically related to the pipeline. So Kinder Morgan has very specific rules and guidelines, and a pipeline is just, I believe, treated. They have their own standards. I couldn't tell you exactly what they are, but yes, that's exactly right. So in that instance, imagine if you wanted to get 2 feet away from that pipeline and start blasting. Maybe you've ever bought those kids those little explosive rocks they throw at the ground, they splash. That would probably be what would be approved when you get that close. So the comment of it's not worth it pursuing something like that, that's kind of what we were getting.
Just to follow up on the blasting, Mr. Colombo, before you blast that affects abutting properties, do you do some sort of like pre-blasting survey? You go to the area and you look at the well or you look at the home?
There is a process that the state fire marshal gets involved in
Okay.
for review.
That's right. Okay,
And I believe all of that is taken into an account in their
Okay.
analysis.
that's what I just wanted, I just wanted to know if it was already required, and you're saying it is. Okay.
I couldn't tell you what the state fire marshal's guidelines are, but they're usually the reviewing body in that process.
Okay.
The extra layer, I should say.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I think that's the questions we have for you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, if the people would like to respond. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so people know why I was whispering, is the staff will then provide a recommendation at this point, and we will go back to the public to see if there's any comments they have. And I'd ask that your public comments be tailored to what you heard tonight. so that we're just not repeating ourselves, as you understand. Commissioner Renzulli?
Thank you, President. Will commissioners be able to ask questions again after the public speaks if something has, sparked their interest?
Yeah, well, so.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just I believe, Mr. Frias, we're gonna have the staff review, public comment, then at some point, you can certainly ask questions, and then we'll close public comment. You can then ask questions, you can ask questions of me at any time. You'd ask any legal procedural questions and then proceed to a vote one way or the other.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else? If not, Mr. Bruggeman, please provide your recommendation.
Just before, because the applicant also brought up in correspondence from December 19, 24 proposed conditions. We did review those. We think they're all acceptable. We had one suggested change, which was on page 3, I believe, condition 11, page 3 of the December 19 correspondence. I think this was also in the preliminary plan. There was just one thing that we suggested to change, which was condition 11. The very end, it says prior to the issuance of the certificate of completeness. I'm assuming what they meant is the certificate of occupancy. Am I correct? Or okay, we were a little confused about it because the certificate of completeness is also a step in the planning process, which of course that wouldn't make sense. Completeness of construction. So that is completeness of Rhode Island. So that's a completeness in the building department.
Into the building process, the building official will issue a certificate of completeness, because certificate of occupancy, you think more of a dwelling or a commercial building.
Correct.
So we're not occupying this. So the proper terminology as suggested in condition 11 is certificate of completeness. I understand it can be confusing with the certificate of completeness in the land development regulations, but at the end of the project, when we're ready to turn on the power, we need to have a certificate of completeness from the building official.
Building official, okay. Okay.
So I would leave that as is.
That is fine then, yeah, absolutely.
It's obviously up to the commission, but I would leave it as proposed.
Okay. Given that, staff finds this proposal generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards for required findings fact set forth in Rhode Island General Law 452360. Staff will recommend that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of facts documented in the relevant staff memo and approved preliminary plan submittal subject to the conditions noted below. In the staff memo, we provided specifically this one condition, which is upkeep and clearance of the private roadway connecting from the development to Phoenix Avenue shall be guaranteed for emergency vehicles to be able to exit the subject site through lot 133 on plat, Assessor's Plat 22. And of course, we wrote this before December 19, but we're also we also accept the 24 conditions brought forward by the applicant as well. Or find it acceptable.
Is that it, or are you gonna? Okay, so ultimately, the commission's required to make findings of fact, positive findings of fact based upon 452360. Those findings of fact, as detailed, by the planning staff or in the planning staff's memo. That's probably the most obviously important thing that you do. Besides the conditions, because you need to make positive findings on all those required findings. So based upon the memo that the staff had presented, they obviously don't have to read the memo back to you because you've already read it. Do you have any conditions of the questions of the staff at this point regarding their suggested required findings?
I have a quick question for the staff. Mr. Bergman, pardon me, on one of the pages of the report, you indicated that this is consistent with the 2024 comprehensive plan. My belief is that we're reviewing the comprehensive plan as of the time it existed, the application. Because I know I took out land banking in the new comprehensive plan. Let me find the page for you. I apologize, I'm not as swift as
I believe I put in both. I believe I put the 2024 as a courtesy, but yes, in the findings of fact itself. So was that in the analysis or was that in the findings of fact?
It's on
That's the
page-
findings of fact that,
Planning analysis, page 6. If you look at under consistency with the comprehensive plan, you say the project is also consistent, last sentence in that paragraph, the project's also consistent with the city's long-term land banking strategy, blah, 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 aligning with the current goals of the 2024 plan. That is not accurate, in my opinion. Because we don't have land banking anymore in our current comprehensive plan. And you should be referring to the comprehensive plan at the time of this application. I can't see what, have you found it where I'm talking about?
I'm
Okay.
looking at it right now.
Okay.
Joe, yeah. Steve, just to direct you and Jonas, in the actual findings of fact, they reference the vested comprehensive plan based upon ordinance number
Correct.
01/1711.
Yeah, I'm noticing that
Yeah,
incongruity.
I understand in the findings of fact, you have it written correctly in my view. I just making it clear for the record here. And because we received public comment that was pointing out some of this stuff to me that was not correct. Because the 2024 comprehensive plan has nothing to do with land banking in it anymore. When one other thing I'll just make as a comment, Mr. Gorgman, and maybe I saw it in public comment. I don't know if it's here, but there was a comment made by the public about consistency with the surrounding area. Personally, I don't think it's consistent with the surrounding area. It's just that it's allowed under the comprehensive plan at the time of 2017. Excuse me. Well, the time of the application, whatever that was, I think of 2018. And so that's one thing. There was one more thing. Hold on. Oh, assuming that the commission decides to approve this, when we put the comprehensive language here about findings of fact, and this may be a question more of the solicitor, about consistent with the comprehensive plan, is it inappropriate to say consistent with the judge's opinion from 2023? It's not my opinion necessarily, it's the judge's opinion, is how I look at
It
it.
actually is your opinion.
Oh, I have to have that opinion now?
You voted for it based upon the
Yeah.
court order, so.
Okay,
Well,
because go ahead, Commissioner Lampier.
I actually had the same question as to whether or not there could be some framing of language, because we were directed to approve and make those findings by the court, which we did.
correct.
And personally, I would like, should I vote in favor of the preliminary plan, I would like a finding that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan as ordered, as determined by the court, and as approved pursuant to court order by the commission. Something of that, is that appropriate to put in there?
If that's what do you, I mean, if that's what the commission agrees upon, it is an accurate statement. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's your opinion that it's an accurate statement. So, that, you know.
Factually, that's what occurred. It is up to the commission whether they choose to put language
Sure.
like that.
Certainly,
The result is the same.
correct.
It's just more or less the reasoning as to why we are finding what we are finding.
That's, I don't disagree that you can't do that. You certainly can do that.
Thank you.
I shouldn't say that. If a majority, I see Mr. Coop wanted to pop in. Go ahead.
So if I may, I would just want to be very careful that we don't create wording in a finding that could then lead to some new legal issue arising because we didn't make the findings properly. So I would not object. I do think it's factually accurate, but in the end, regardless of why we made those findings, and as long as we say we made those findings, if we want to say, but by the way, it was because of a court order, I have no objection to that, as long as we're not creating some new legal issue that's going to send this thing back to court.
I tend to agree with you, Vice President Coop, because there's three findings here, okay? I think what Commissioner Lampier and I are asking about is we like to have a fourth that's actually accurate from our viewpoint, because that's kind of the way I'm saying. So you have your three, and then there's this fourth one, which would be consistent with the judge's opinion.
I wouldn't object to that as long as our
Solicitor doesn't have a
solicitor
problem.
doesn't raise an issue of a potential legal issue.
I mean, it's not consistent with the judge's opinion. It's consistent with the court order.
Okay, I mean, I'm
That's-
sorry, I'm not top of my A+ game about court order, court opinion,
that's-
okay? But I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to say.
They're two different things. so.
I understand, but you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. Okay. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Boogerman before we open it up to the public? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boogerman. At this stage, before we deliberate, I'd like to give the chance to the public here and at home to comment on anything they've heard tonight. So feel free to come forward. If anybody has any further comments. And just state your name and address for the record.
Carol Swanson, 593. Carol Swanson, 593 Natick Avenue. I don't have any prepared comments because I was unprepared to hear some of the things that I heard tonight, but the first thing I'd like to do is thank Commissioner Lampier for asking her question about blasting near the property lines, because that's the first I've heard confirmation that we're going to have blasting so close to our property line, and it upsets me. We have a barn right on the property line, which I mentioned in my comments in the previous meeting that I'm very concerned about. We have a well about 150 feet away from the property line that I'm also very concerned about. And I'd like to know more about the fire marshal's inspection process, pre-inspection process, so that we, the abutters, can be involved in that. I don't want just somebody to come out and say, oh, look, everything's great, and then you can blast, and we have no recourse at that point. Insurance concerns me. Insurance is a process. It is an argument. It is, sometimes we have to go and defend ourselves if there's problems. I don't want to have to deal with this. My second question is, I just want people to be aware, thank you, President Frias, for mentioning the specific hours of the blasting. I work from home full-time, and I'm concerned about being able to continue to work during this whole process. So I'd like to thank you for asking that question as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Next.
Hi, my name is Dan Zebon, 591 Natick Avenue. Happy New Year to everyone. Again, I've been involved with this process since day one. In fact, Mr. Rossi installed my septic system at my house that is 6 feet from the blasting that they're talking about. It's right over the line. There's just been a lot, since the first interaction with Mr. Murray, there's just been a lot of non-truths, like just statements, and I just don't feel like they're being validated. Last week or the last session, he was talking about the additional property that Mr. Rossi's looking to build. And he went on some whole story about some war veteran, Navy SEAL, and his grandchildren. There's no Navy SEAL. There's grandchild, and his executive daughter, who's on a highfalutin job out in San Diego, already has a house in Warwick. So this whole story that's being created to, appeal to everyone's heart about a Navy SEAL veteran that's injured. The guy's a CrossFit Olympic, a CrossFit trainer that competes globally. This story that was painted like he's some injured war veteran, Navy SEAL, which imagine if you are a Navy SEAL and he's calling this guy a Navy SEAL who's not even a Navy SEAL.
Further public comment?
Good evening, Douglas Doe, 84 River Farms Drive, West Warwick. We're here tonight for the last destructive gasp of a failed policy that was implemented about 10 years ago. Since that has been repealed by the City Council by a vote to 8-0, for reasons that should be obvious to everyone in the room. Not that it matters to the applicant, which clearly doesn't. I've been here more times than I care to think about over the last 10 years. Planning Commission, Zoning Board, City Council, Public Works, Ordinance. There's not a lot to talk about blasting tonight. I experienced it, so I'll tell you what it's like. We came home from work one day and found a notice on our back door from the blasting company announcing they were going to start blasting in a week. That's the first notice we ever heard from anyone. So I called them up and said, what are you doing? They said, we'll be blasting at the site. I said, could you let me know when you're going to be doing it? They said, sure. They sent me an email every day before the first blast. We blasted 7 times over several weeks. And we had a quarry operation in our neighborhood for about 3.5 months, 4 months. And the last gravel truck left the site. And there were hundreds of them. The applicant never said a word to us about before, during, or after. They knew they were going to be blasting, and they didn't tell us. They kept it a secret. That's what they thought about us. I have to say the Planning Commission staff at the time knew as well. They didn't tell us either. And no one has ever explained why that happened. And they don't explain it because they don't have to. No one's going to require them. That's how they get away with stuff. They just do it. I read the staff report about topsoil. That's a fairy tale. There is no topsoil left after they're done ripping out trees, blowing up ledge, and grinding it all up. There was no topsoil anywhere on the Lippert Ave site, which is dirt, rocks, and chewed up tree debris. That's it. I'm glad to hear that the EM has changed their tune on these projects of wetland in the woods. Because they know from experience, especially from Lippert, these projects have devastating impacts on wetlands. The two wetlands on next to this site in Lippert were devastated. Trees are all dead. They're all completely flooded out because the wetlands became ponds, drainage ponds. The wetlands became putrid orange from iron bacteria. I mean, what's going to happen when Drake Patton's wetlands become putrid orange? The same thing I'm going to say to her. There's nothing anybody can do about it. It takes years for it to wash out. But it happened to us, and it may probably will happen to her. And again, with the blasting, I mean, my understanding is they put out portable seismographs to record the intensity of the blast. I would ask you to question where those are going to be placed on this site. They can be kept on the site, or they can be put on neighboring properties. It's important to know that stuff. Last time I asked about the roads, interior roads on the sites. There are no roads within these two solar fields. How's anybody going to access them? Emergency vehicles, supply trucks, repair trucks? When they do repairs, it's not two guys in a pickup. It's usually a big container truck and a flatbed trailer bringing in one of those long lifts to lift the stuff off the truck. This is very heavy material. And solar panels fail, inverters fail, and they need constant upkeep. We were told, oh, don't worry about it. Just a couple of guys in a truck a couple times a year. Another fairy tale. And tonight, they refused to suspend the meeting so Mr. Doherty could be here next month to represent his clients. That tells you what they think of Mr. Doherty, why the clients need to be represented by him. I mean, I'm sure they think they're going to get victory tonight, which is why they said no. All they got to do is another 2 weeks, another month. That's all it would have taken Mr. Doherty to be here to represent his clients. And they said no, that's what they think. You know, I know how they treated us. I've seen how they treated Mr. Doherty's very humane request. That's how they're going to treat the abutters once you say yes. They're not going to change their spots. You know, Mary Langelo said, when people show you who they are or what they are, believe them the first time. Well, I believed them the first time. And I hope you do too. Thank you.
Hello, Sonia Meisenborg, 30 Roberts Ave, Fiskville, Rhode Island. Sonia Meisenborg. Pleasure to see you all again. The topic tonight was blasting. Thank you for bringing that up. During that conversation, you asked if blasting would be limited to hours per day, and an answer was obtained. And also, if you didn't blast, what process you would use. And the process, I believe, was hammering, was that correct? And it was. I live, as the crow flies, 2 miles away from the Lippert site. I cannot make a sound loud enough in here for you to understand what means. 2 miles on my deck in the summer. 2 miles. All of you, pick a spot 2 miles away from your house. And then go out in your yard. And you listen to that. For obviously no restricted amount of time, because no one asked how long you were going to restrict that time for. These people that work at home. They didn't deal with this all day. There's no concern for the citizens in your constituent, in your city. Two little girls sitting in this room tonight. They're playing out in the yard. I can't tell you how loud it is. I can't make the noise, but it is loud. It is annoying. And it's an everyday reminder of how the city failed their constituents in letting this happen. So please take into account your responsibility to the citizens, to your constituents. Thank you.
Rachel Clark, Woodencrest Court, Cranston. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll be brief, but I just want to address, we know this facility doesn't belong here because the city reversed its own decision to allow solar in A8. We know that. In fact, DEM has changed its position on solar in forested areas, but we're still pushing this through. I can't imagine the money they're making. I can't, because we know it doesn't belong here. Everyone's reversed their decisions on this. Who do we call when it starts flooding? I want to address this because I was home the last time the industrial size hydraulic jackhammer came next to my house and started at 7 a.m. and didn't stop till 5, 6 o'clock at night. I can't tell you, as she said, you can't make a noise loud enough. So that's how it sounds like. It was mind numbing. It's not fair. We've been through so much and we put up a good fight and we told you we don't want this here. Mr. Rossi has to go through a process. And I understand the judge ruled, but the judge doesn't live in our neighborhood. The judge doesn't see the ice on those streets. The judge doesn't see the overturned cars that flip because of the icy roads. You don't know what's going to happen when they take out those 46 telephone poles. You have a chance to not let this happen. Please do the right thing. Think of our little children that play in this neighborhood. This is going to devastate Natick.
Hi, my name is Christy Moretti. I live at 595 Natick Avenue. I just want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak to all of you once again. If you look in this room, we've all been showing up since 2019, since this whole process started. This is how much this neighborhood means to all of the community and all of us that live there. This is why we've been fighting so hard against this solar project. It does not belong in the rural area of Western Cranston. I bought my house in February of 2018, not knowing that there was even a proposal for a solar farm. The reason we bought our house where it is because it's rural, it's in the woods, it's quiet, and we have a good life there and we like it. We've actually discussed selling our house because of what's happening, and we don't want to do that. I have concerns about not only blasting, but any sort of machinery and hammering that creates a vibration all day long. I worry about my foundation. I worry about my well. I worry about my septic. And I don't have those items on my property are not as close to the project as some of my neighbors, but I still worry about it. Who's going to take care of my house when something happens because of this construction? We have to cut trees down. We have to, blast ledge. My septic actually, when it was installed, and it was probably a year prior to us buying our house, had to be moved on our property because there was too much ledge for them to put it where they originally wanted to. So that, might give you a little example of what's up in this neighborhood. The road is very narrow. It's literally 2 cars wide if you're lucky. It's very windy. It's very wooded. It's overgrown. The city has to come out and trim back all of the vegetation. There's rock walls. Like, I don't know where they're gonna install these giant telephone poles to transfer the electricity since it's coming out on Natick Avenue. And if you don't live in our neighborhood, I suggest that you take a ride through. You see what we're talking about, the weather conditions, puddles, ice. It literally all happens, and it happens to us. We choose to live where we live. We did not choose to put up with a solar farm just because someone thinks or says that they can do it because it's their property. And I'm imploring all of you to please do the right thing for those of us that live there, and don't allow this project to move forward. Our quality of life is far more important than a solar farm. Thank you.
My name is Jan Ragno. I live at 1439 Hope Road. Thank you for allowing us to speak this evening. I'm going to repeat what I said the last time because I still feel the same way. First of all, 3 things. 1, I was really let down by the city when they allowed the solar installation. It's not a farm. The solar installation on Hope Road, I drive by it every day, several times a day, and it's an abomination. And I firmly believe that the city and this commission has come a long way in planning and limiting what can be put up and what this will look like. And I appreciate that so much. It's too late for that one, but I do appreciate that. Another thing that I brought up the last time was this, I guess. At no time have we discussed what that does to foundations, to wells, to property. It just, don't worry, if we don't, if we're not going to blast, we'll just do this. But okay, what are the effects of that? Never have heard that discussed. And the third thing that concerns me the most that I brought up the last time is this. I feel like we're being told, don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. We're going to do this. There are no commitments. No, it's just suits saying, don't you worry about it. We'll do the right thing. Not by my experience. And I would want much more of a commitment. Don't tell me it's 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet for blasting. Which is it? But I've heard all 3 numbers. Somebody said 500. I don't know where that came from, but 1, 2, 300 feet. So what is it? So where is the point where we have commitments that they say, you know what, we're going to do this and this and this, and we're never going to do this, this, and this. Instead, I hear, well, in the next plan, and it might come up, and maybe this will happen, and maybe that will happen. I don't want to hear that. I ended up with a Hope Road disaster because of that. I want to hear commitments. I want to hear actual plans. Step forward. I mean, we all know it's about money. I mean, Ron Rossi told me several years ago, Jan, I don't know why you're so upset about the land. It's money. My kids have already used it, so I don't need it anymore. And it's money. It's going to make me a lot of money. That's not inspiring. And when I see the money that is invested in every single meeting and every single part of this, and then I look at this side of the room with the faces and the emotion and the caring and giving up of their time for no money, I think, I don't know. I hope that you make the same decision that you made before and protect what we have, because once it's gone, it's gone. And you all know that. And I appreciate so much everything that you do. Thank you.
My name, excuse me, my name is Robert Sansone. I'm not an abutter, but I'm at 145 Main Street. Some of you may recognize me from previous visits during the Fiskvillian comedies. I have only been showing up for, this is my second meeting regarding this. And so I don't want to repeat other things. I'm just going to mention the things that were brought up today and mentioned in the last meeting. To me, the drawings of the landscape architect with them being shot from ground level are intriguing to me because everyone who has, I'm sure we could do a research and I guarantee that there are more than single-story houses on all of those, but those aren't shown on the plans. And for the houses that are in second level, how affecting that will be. There was also testimony last time from some of the abutters that, you know, clearly they've been there for a very long time and how this is affecting them. Now, we're also receiving testimony of people who they're new. You know, it's like, this is new to us. Like, I'm just moved here and now we got a solar farm, and how shocking that must be. But for someone else who's lived here forever, or I don't want to use the term forever, for a length of time, how much of an effort this is going to be to affect their way of life. Now, to me, that way of life, if we've driven up 95, you see the solar farms along 95. We have Lippitt ones that are placed in rural areas. I think we've all been blinded by them. There is a reflective nature to them. So you're up in your bedroom and you know you're the southerly facer. If you look at the property lines, it goes all the way around. I know this is also repetitive, but to me, I think it was brought up last time and just sort of brushed away. Why weren't those drawings readdressed? Like, why don't we figure out, are those trees really going to cover that? Are they going to, as the time comes, or is the tree as the tops fall down, does that get worse? Or imagine if you only have 7 years left in your life and now we have a window of how long it'll take for, it's going to take 20 years for that tree to hit the fruition of point. Why are these people being forced into their last few years of their life in reflective mirrored spaces in the woods that they grew up in the woods that they've spent with their children and growing up in? I mean, I think that's sad that, you know, and having read all of the, you know, believe it or not, I've read through a lot of the Rhode Island, specifically Cranston land use plans and those kind of things. And it's sad that it's going forward to turn into this. Now, 30 years, I'll be dead. I know I have a physical condition, I will be gone. So these solar plans are still here. I know that there's other people in this property that are being affected, they'll be dead. Can we address that? I remember when Mayor Fung, they were saying, well, his election period's only this long. How does he have the right to sell land that's for 30 years? He's nowhere to be found. Is he at these meetings? No, he doesn't talk about the future of solar. He doesn't come into these rooms. And that's sad. So that's something that all of you in a panel that sit here this is your last chance to say, well, what does 30 years mean? Why is it just the physical nature? And then in that 30 years was brought up tonight, how much are they going to be maintaining it? Well, so half the farm, quarter of the farm, 3/4 of the farm is no longer apparent. That's their loss. Or is it? Is there deterioration? Is there other things that happen? Is it entryways, exits? I mean, we all have been up farm roads that are deteriorated, they're falling apart. And is that what's going to happen here? Is that going to be the future of what stands in front of all of these neighbors, that every time they have to see like the gate falling down, the fence as it's been hit by the local hurricane, the tornado, mini tornadoes? My house has been decimated. I've had trees toppled for many times, and I never expected that. So $35,000, I can tell you to replace one of my trees was estimated around $14,000. That $35,000 replacement tree doesn't go very far. So think of what that endowment, even though it raised a cost of inflation, that doesn't go very far to replace 40-foot tall trees. And that's something to really weigh in. So, and you know, I don't want to sugarcoat it. This sucks. So, and it's sad that it's been a game of legal battles that is epic. And I hear both sides, and you know, then there's the third side, the court and all that, and that's sad. And it should, hopefully it's easier than that, but it's not. So thank you for your time, and good luck with your decision.
Next.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations on your reelection. You do a great job. Richard Campopiano, citywide councilman in Cranston. I have the unique position of not only representing Mr. Rossi, but also the many people here sitting behind me. I'm not going to delve into what's legal, what's not legal, what DEM jurisdiction is or whatnot. That's for you and those people to decide. But there's a saying that not in my backyard, and it's usually used to diminish someone's opinion about something goes in their backyard. But it's not in any of your backyard. It's certainly not in my backyard, but it is in their backyard. So I plead to this commission to do what's right by them. If it goes through, listen to their concerns, listen to their concerns about wells, blasting, vegetation, or whatever you can do to make this more tolerable for them. So if they have to put up with it, then it's maybe just that much easier. That's all I got today, but thank you very much.
Dana Sroka, 580 Natick Ave. Dana Sroka, 580 Natick Ave. We were very upset by everything that we had heard previous to this, and now tonight we are even more upset knowing about the blasting. It's just something that we never even imagined would happen in our quiet, believe it or not, even though it's a main road neighborhood. I'm thinking about the growing families near us, the children napping, the babies napping, my children playing, my children sick on the couch home from school, and the noises that they're gonna hear. I'm thinking of my brother had a solar farm put in near his house, and he now has coyotes wandering around during the daytime because they are displaced. And I know you said stay to what was talked about tonight, but these are things that my children are extremely concerned about, playing out in the yard with our pets. And the trees, my son said that he was thankful for trees and all the trees surrounding our house for Thanksgiving. And now we know that so many will be taken down and our street will be widened, and that will be less play area for my children. And I just can't even comprehend how this is going to change our lives. And something that is so unknown, like we'll have to wait and see when the blasting starts. We'll have to wait and see once this gets put in exactly what will be happening. But those wait and sees are going to be so very permanent to us and the families and the children in those surrounding neighborhoods. And the safety and everything else that'll be taken away from us on our street that we are so used to. And the one thing I said to my daughters, I said, what do you think is the driving motion behind all of this? If you hear what is going to be happening to our neighborhood, if you know that there are companies behind this, what do you think is the real reason for this? Because it doesn't seem like it's for our safety. It doesn't seem like it's really going to, there may be some benefits that they're sticking to, but when there are going to be so many unknowns for the people around and so many negative aspects that we see and are frightened for, What do you think is the driving reason for this? And what did you say, Violet? Money. And that is what my daughters can see at 8 years old. I did not even give her a hint. That is what she can see from her standpoint after discussing this and talking about this. And so if an 8-year-old can see this and be afraid for what's in her future, and we don't want to make them afraid, everything will be okay. You know, everything turns out okay. We'll stick together and we figure it out. But it's upsetting, and I'm glad that they're here tonight to see this and to see the community that we have around us, because we will all make it okay for each other, no matter what happens. But you have to always stand up and fight and say what you believe in and stick together as a family and friends and a community. Thank you so much for letting us say this.
Carol Cooney, 8 Eva Lane. I feel for you. This is not an easy decision. I'd first off like to say that I have tremendous respect for this builder, this developer. I also have to speak from my heart. As you can see, this is very personal for all of us. This is not just a neighborhood. This is a community of people that truly care for one another and appreciate where we live. We chose to live there. If this goes through, the landscape will forever be changed. The homes, everything around us, even the community will change. I understand change is necessary at times. I completely understand that. All I ask of all of you is to really think about this decision, because it's not an easy one for any one of you. We've been a long time in this process, and I am a believer in the process. No matter what happens tonight, I leave here with the utmost respect for all. Thank you.
Holly Zevon, 591 Natick Avenue. I've been through this, and you guys have been listening. You've been listening to us for a long time. Please, please do the right thing by the citizens and everything else. Ron Rossi and Mr. Murray, fraud, fraud, fraud.
Drake Patton, 684 Natick Ave. Part of me would like to say we rest, but I have two things that I want to say to you. For the first time, I want to be a little personal. So you've heard from people tonight in very personal ways. That is how we experience where we live. That's how I experience it. I don't get to do that here because I chose to lead this group. So I have to be the one that says the things that are harder to say. But I live there too. And I steward a 45-acre conservation farm that my husband and I have worked our off to improve, to make something that we could be proud of, that the city could be proud of, that our neighborhood could be proud of. And I submitted for this meeting videos of flooding on our farm and on the road directly across from Mr. Rossi's wetland, which, as was pointed out tonight, is also my wetland. Roads are put on top of wetlands. That doesn't mean the wetland stops. So when we at my farm think about the impact of this, it is personal for us. We have livestock. We have a farm that leases from us. What happens, the flooding, the impacts that are going to come, regardless of anything, they will come. That will affect our livelihood. And we're frankly exhausted by this. And I will also say on a personal level that down the road from all of us, you're probably familiar with the quarry on Phoenix Ave. That is miles from our homes. Yet when they blast every day, sometime between 11 and 1, typically, we feel it. And it's been getting a lot worse. And my husband and I are about to hire an engineer because our dry laid stone foundation from the 18th century is beginning to cave in because we are on the same ledge they are on. That ledge extends across the street from us, to the south, to the north, to the west, to the east. It is all ledge. So when people talk about concerns about blasting and this, it's because we live there and we know what it means. And my neighbor spoke about living next door to this for a summer or more. Well, that's next to me too. And it wasn't just the sound, it's what we could feel. So we are concerned about that. And I appreciate that the applicant says, we've done this work everywhere and nothing's happened. But you haven't done it in our neighborhood. And you haven't done it on this section of pipeline. And the question, which was put out there, I believe, by the chairman about the methods that were used in areas of construction, that there must be records. Well, I can tell you factually, there are not, because I did that research. Those records don't exist. So Mr. Lawrence's photographs are the only thing that we have. I want to also address the DEM conversation, and now I will stop being personal, and I'll go back to just being ahead of this group. There was discussion tonight about the DEM permit. There is no grandfathering, and I think we established that, although it was a bit awkward. I also know from speaking with the person in charge of the application that although it has not yet been drafted as of a few days ago, there is a letter coming out to the applicant with a series of questions about the new application. This is not a done deal. They don't get to put the old application in. And as I have pointed out, the application that was submitted is not truthful. This is a problem. Now, we were not given the benefit, the courtesy, the grace of having our lawyer here tonight, which I find frankly unforgivable. I don't care how fractious this is. I don't give a damn about any of that. But I do think that that is a reasonable request that we made. This applicant has 2 years of master plan plus extensions. And we've heard tonight that they think it could be 6 months until they get a DEM permit. So what was the race? I would love to know the answer to that. What meant we could not have representation tonight? It was a reasonable request, but we were denied it. I feel so strongly that this commission, which has had truly extraordinary devotion to this project, not only this group here, but those of you who, the people that came before you, I think that you should ask for more information, because although this didn't come up tonight, we still don't have everything we need. It is a requirement of preliminary plan to have your utilities on your plan, and they are not on the plan. Why not? The questions we asked last time that have been left unaddressed tonight still stand. And you have every right to ask the applicant to come back through a denial. And I ask you on behalf of our neighborhood to do so. Thank you.
Rebecca Nugent, 1936 Phoenix Avenue. I'll apologize in advance for needing to take up the time to even speak on this matter, but I just want to address some of the comments Mr. Zevon made about my family tonight. And I thank him for the opportunity to rectify this all with you. It saddens me that I need to even comment on the number of children I have or the sacrifices that my husband has made. For the record, I have 2 children. I know because I birthed them, and my husband is currently an active duty Navy SEAL. He can't be here tonight with myself and my brother because he had to return. Sorry, I get it. He had to return to California to prepare for an upcoming deployment. Mr. Zevon was correct that prior to his military service, he was an athlete, but I am happy to provide whatever evidence you need to corroborate the things that I'm. I'm, like I said, I'm happy to provide any corroborating evidence you need to justify the number of children I have and my husband's jobs. But to also Mr. Zevon's other comments, I currently do not own any other residences in Cranston or Warwick. We recently sold our residence in California, and I moved my young family across the country to live with my parents and begin the process of making Rhode Island our forever home, as my husband is nearing the end of his military service. Again, I'm sorry to take up the time to discuss this, and I'm saddened that I even have to comment on it, but I just want to set the record straight in both the makeup of my family and my husband's military service. And there was an insinuation that in some way that we were not being straightforward with that. So thank you.
Sir, let me just say this. All that stuff, Mrs. Yvonne, is irrelevant. Okay? I understand, Mrs. Yvonne. I understand people get passionate about this stuff. You've had your comments, your wife had some comments, she's responding. It's not gonna make a difference on whether, under the statutes, whether or not this preliminary plan is approved. Okay? Is there anyone else here who would like to make public comment? Okay. Mr. Lima, is there anyone online that would like to make public comment?
I see no public comment online.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. Murray, the applicant, as a response to any of this stuff? Commissioner Renzulli?
Thank you. I have questions relative to the blasting restrictions, the blasting notices, the time frame, how long during the day. I'm a little bit concerned about, someone who came forward and spoke about how they were noticed. I know now currently with the quarry, I signed up to get phone calls. So they call every day. They say what time they're going to be, anytime they're going to blast, they call X amount of hours in advance. I know the number as it comes up on my phone. They say they're blasting from 9 to 12. Well, if I was living near there, I probably wouldn't want to hear the blasting. I do think that's an effective way to know that you're going to blast. I don't know if that's possible for you to do or if anyone's ever requested that before, but they're obviously doing it at the quarry. Maybe that would be something that the neighbors would appreciate, would be better than getting something on your door and then not knowing when it's happening. I understand that this affects the people sitting over there more than it affects me or anyone sitting over here. I also think that, or would like to hope that the applicant wants to be a good neighbor, do a good job, and doesn't want to go back to court or have any more problems. I understand that we have been directed to move this forward by a court. So while I can appreciate and I feel so badly for the people who have come forward, it's my understanding we have to do that. So the conditions that we put on it is the best that we can do to make this happen. If I'm incorrect, I would like someone with the legal authority to tell us if, no, we don't have to do that. This has to go forward, correct?
The applicant has to prove, you have to make 5 or 6 findings of fact based upon the evidence before you. The plan is vested. And obviously, we're at the preliminary plan stage. The department has considered the application complete. However, if the applicant did not prove one of the required findings at preliminary plan, you certainly could find that way. But obviously, the board's already made findings at master plan that it would be difficult to then say, 3 months later, I find something different.
Okay, so then it's my understanding that the best that we can do is to put conditions on this to make it the best possible plan for the neighborhood. And in that, this is, as someone who was a public servant, as a city councilwoman, now on the planning commission, this is going forward. I would like to leave this meeting knowing that we did our best effort to do so. So I would like to know, and people can thumbs down at me, but I'm trying to do my best. If I can't stop this, then should we just let it go as is, or should we make it as best as we can do? I know that's not going to make everyone happy, but if you're going to be happier than you are if it goes in just as is, if that's all that we have really the power to do, because this is where we are in this stage. I know that's not the answer you want to hear, but if that's all we can do, what should we just let it go? Don't get extra inspections, don't ask about this blasting.
Well, I would say that any conditions that the commission wishes to put on right now at master plan, there actually are no conditions. Any conditions that the commission wishes to place on any approval, should you approve it, that will all happen. The board, after we close public comment, the board will then discuss their vote and then any conditions. And whether it's a consensus or ultimately a vote, any commissioner can add their conditions, accept the conditions as drafted. And I believe, that'll probably be a lengthy discussion amongst the board on which conditions to put on any approval, should you do that. And I'll call it details, time of blast if you approve it, time of blasting. Commissioner Lanfear mentioned something about buffers from the actual property rather than the pipeline. Things like that can all be, as long as they're reasonable conditions, then they can be placed on the project. And obviously, if an applicant gets approval and they don't like one of the conditions, they have the right to appeal the conditions too. That usually doesn't happen, but certainly, both parties would have the right to appeal. Okay.
So I would just really like to, sorry to go off on a tangent. I'd like to know more about the blasting. Like I said, the notice, how it plans to be now, and if it is possible to make the notice better for the neighbors so they're actually noticed. Phone call, if that's a thing that's possible you've ever done in other projects.
Sure, respond to the commissioner's question.
Yeah, let me respond to Commissioner Rangilli this way. First, I don't think there's any appropriate analogy to what goes on at Tilcon-Gamino's quarry to what we're talking about at Natick Solar, okay? We're talking about a limited number of blasting, a limited amount of blasting. We're not talking about a project that cannot sustain itself. They blast every day because they need to create the rock to make the aggregate that they sell. This is not what we're talking about for Natick Solar. I am not suggesting that there aren't legitimate questions about blasting. I take you back to Mr. Palumbo's earlier discussions when he talked about the new techniques that are now being utilized by them in terms of the installation of panels, the screw technique, where they work with the existing contours of the land wherever possible. The blasting is a last resort, and there are a few outcroppings that should be blasted. What we have said was if we couldn't blast based on a distance or whatever, we would have to use some type of mechanical means. Now, I have to be honest with you, you know, as I always am, but on this issue, I use Mrs. Clark's example around this state about the impact of mechanical means to break up ledge. Okay, I remember vividly her first night of testimony years ago, how the houses that were being constructed next to her on Woodcrest Drive or along Natick Avenue, how she listened for months about the hammering, okay? I totally sympathize with that inconvenience, the annoyance, the aggravation, the disruption. Revity and Natick Solar are not talking about that type of prolonged mechanical means. If we had to use mechanical means, yes, but there is not going to be months and months and months of hammering if necessary. That's why we argue there should be consideration to allowing us to professionally and in a controlled way do blasting, because it's quicker, it can be done safely. If anybody is familiar with blasting, when they put those big, I don't know what they're called, I call them tires over the blast, as somebody said tonight, as Ryan said tonight, the preparation for an individual blast takes longer than the actual blast. So I want to dispel the concern that I'm absolutely convinced we can blast safely, but more importantly, we're not talking about, and we're reasonable here in terms of the notice to neighbors. This is not something that's going to be done over months, okay? So we will do our best to cooperate and work with proper, with notification, but this is not something where every day somebody at noontime is going to get a phone call that we're blasting. But there are a few pockets here that we need to blast, get it done, and move on. So I hope that at least begins to address. I want to try and clean up this appearance that hammering is going to be constant and annoying. And I believe Mrs. Clark when she said it 6 years ago, and I believe her tonight. But that's not what we want.
The example that Mr. Murray was talking about is a residential development. What we're proposing here for solar, as opposed to a residential development, is a less intrusive use in terms of blasting and hammering. Mr. Rossi, well-respected person in this community, both as a person and as a businessman. And he has the goal to leave this property to his kids and generate something from it. So if this was not a solar project, the alternative would be probably some sort of comp plan, residential houses going in the area. They don't have the same tolerance as a solar project does. We can work within 15, 20-degree slopes, minimize the grading on the property. That minimizes and mitigates the amount of blasting and or rock hammering that we would have to do on the property. We've constructed our revised grading plan with that exact goal in mind, minimizing the amount of work that needs to be done out there. That said, we can't see what's underground. All we see is the out surface. There will be something, whether it's mechanical or blasting. And in terms of notice, every project that we've done, we've relied on the blasting company to provide notice, but we're more than happy to try to accommodate a creative solution. I would imagine that the list of interested abutters or members of the community would be relatively large. I'm not sure if it makes sense to, and I'm just spitballing, to assign, an interested member of the community who might want that initial interaction, and they could be, reaching out to the members of their community or their group. Again, shooting from the hip, but my point being, we're open and amenable to some sort of creative notice process that kind of outlines what you were referring to.
I appreciate that Mr. Murray has said this is not going to take months and months. It's not going to be every day. It's not necessary to call everyone every day at noon. But I can't speak for the neighbors. I can only try and interpret the feelings that, you know, they're expressing, is that they're not convinced of this. So when you can't say right now, this project from, you know, soup to nuts is going to take 4 months and we plan to only blast 5 days out of those 4 months, you don't know that answer right now, I'm assuming. Okay, but you have to have, I hope that you have some idea, or when will you have that answer is maybe the better question.
What I can tell you definitively is that if we were allowed to blast, the timeline for site disturbance would be significantly reduced. So there's one scenario where we're blasting, there's another scenario where we're not blasting. Blasting is the faster method. A project of this size should take 3 to 4 months from a shovel in the ground to starting to install our racking. So that would be our best timeline right now. And again, not all of that is hammering and or blasting. There's a lot of other civil activities that go on the site. But that would be our best estimate today.
Okay, that is helpful. I think that as you move down the line, you get closer to that and you know better, would you be able to inform people of that?
Yeah, I think we would.
Okay. And similarly to this, I'll go back to the inspections that have to do, you know, it's 3 years inspections for the landscaping. I'm glad that someone said that, you know, that your landscape expert said that, you know, every year inspections is something that you could agree to. I don't think that, I think the more that you do and the more that you show that you're a good neighbor and you care about this area, the less pushback you're going to have from neighbors, from anyone. So if you were keeping up with it, then yeah, they'd be happy. But if you're doing it on your own, but there's no guarantee that they want guarantees. I think people want to know every year someone's going to look, someone's checking. I think they want to know there's going to be pre-surveys before blasting so that the property looked like this. And then after someone said it looked like this. This is their livelihood. This is their homes. I know that you're trying to do a business, and so is Mr. Rossi, and you have the right to do so based on you're vested in the comprehensive plan. But they just want guarantees. And I think that that's the best that we can do to try and ask for that stuff.
Yeah.
So I'll say this later when we have to put in the conditions. I would like to see more inspections, whether it's every year or every other year for the life of the project. The stuff doesn't go wrong just in the first 3 years. I think when they're talking about these other solar projects, which can't say who owns each one of them, the problems happen later when everyone forgot about them because it's not spicy and in the newspaper or at the planning commission. So that's something that I would ask for, just as, you know, trying to make this as amenable as possible. Thank you.
And I hope that we have portrayed that we by no means are here. We're not here to just shove a project down, you know, everyone's throat just because the court made a certain decision. We consciously made the effort to make some of the improvements that are on this new plan with the sole purpose of the abutters in mind. Now, I understand the comments of wanting guarantees. Anyone should want guarantees, but I think a lot of the mistakes of the past, and this isn't specific to solar, is that developers can come up here and they can say, I'm going to promise you this, and I'm going to promise you that, and I'm going to promise you the world. And here it is. And it doesn't always go that way, especially in construction. Things come up. I'd rather be, you know, honest and upfront and tell you we're going to, you know, perform to the best of our abilities. We have a great track record. We build high quality projects for the sole reason that we own these projects. We're going to maintain these projects for the next 30 years. I don't want to make my life difficult. I don't want to have to be in front of this board every year with an issue that's something going on. So you can be assured that I'm going to pay close attention and make it my top priority when construction actually kicks off. But I just, you know, as developers, and we've learned over the years, we're hesitant to just promise the world and set inaccurate expectations.
I didn't mean to imply at all that I would like you to overpromise and underdeliver, but there also has to be certain expectations. And I think that if, you know, they're doing like the inspections every year, then that means that every single year it's I know that it's under a condition that you're supposed to maintain this, and I know the $35,000, which may now be 42 with inflation, that's fine, but if someone is not, in my experience as a public servant, if, whether it's developers or license holders or whoever, don't have a timeline of follow-up where they're expected to come back with something, sometimes they don't. Not because it's not necessarily, I'm not accusing anyone of it being intentional, but it's just because you move on, you get another project, and this one maybe takes a back seat to your new project. So for these neighbors, and for the city of Cranston, it can't take a back seat because it's going to be in their backyard. So for them, it's always going to be priority number one. For you, I wish you all the success in the world doing other projects as well, but you can't forget about this one. So if we say that you're going to come back every year and check on it, then it makes me feel like we're doing, our job by kind of, forcing you a little bit. Like when I tell my kids they have to do their homework, they have to do it, whether I check if they did it or not, but if they know I'm going to check, they're definitely doing the homework. So sorry if that's,
Good analogy.
benign example, but that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Commissioner Lampier?
Mr. Palumbo, I think that some of this discussion is sort of an illustration of what we've heard from many members. I had asked about the extent of the blasting, where it would be, and to the best of your ability, you answered me. But we didn't get, and I may not be asking for exact, meat and bound, here's where the blast is going to be. But this is preliminary plan stage, not master plan anymore. So the details should be coming to us at preliminary plan. And we don't have those on where the blasting is going to be. You gave me a more detailed answer than we had before, but still not how much, how often. And the reason you gave was that we don't know yet what's under the ground. But my understanding is that from an engineering standpoint, that information is ascertainable. And so I guess what I'm asking is, I understand at master plan stage, it's a concept. But at preliminary plan stage, this is where an applicant is required to present much more hard information. So if that information has not been obtained, why can't it be before we proceed with preliminary approval?
Understood. And I may have done a poor job of wording my response first time around. If it's possible, can we pull up the site plan that we had before? I want to try to do a better job answering your question. So there are 3 main pockets on this property where there is ledge outcrop. If the commission would entertain me just walking up there and pointing, it might be a little bit easier. And I will use my loud voice to make sure that everyone can hear me. Is that acceptable? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much. So those 3 pockets are in this vicinity over here, in this vicinity over please bear with me one second. Okay. Yes, in this vicinity over here, and then in this vicinity over here. Those are 3 ledge croppings that we can visually see on site that we know need to be handled. Whether it's through blasting means or mechanical means, I think is, to be determined. The other areas that we know that we are going to be excavating are areas that we need to put our trench for our conduit on site. So You can see, do you have the solar footprint with the panels on there? Might be a little easier to portray. That'll work. Yes, thank you very much. So you can see the panels here on the north side and the south side. And our electrical utility infrastructure on our plans is outlined over here. So this is where we're coming out to Natick Ave. Our poles and those electrical lines are clearly depicted. And from there, everything else on the site is underground. So all that power is generated. It converts into our medium voltage cable, which will start in this vicinity here. And from there on out, we're trenching because all that's underground in a couple of conduits. That's going to be plus or minus 3 to 4 feet deep. So that is an area of possibility that there would be some sort of a handling of material. So I hope that provided a little bit more clarity on the possible areas. We have other cuts and fills on the site, but I think everything else, as it seems right now, could be a net cut fill. So I'm not, those are the high likelihood areas.
And when you talked about the trenching and you said this area 3 to 4 feet deep, maybe.
It will be 3 to 4 feet deep.
Okay, and you're basing that on visual observation or some other investigation that was done?
Are you referring to the depth?
Yes.
No, that's a standard electrical code. When we put cable in the ground, there's a certain cover we need to hit.
Okay, I think I said something, maybe misspoke. What I was asking was in terms of the depth of the ledge. Has there been investigation done as to the depth of the ledge where you see it visually and know that you have to blast?
We have done test pits on this site. They're not, as you would imagine, not on every single square inch of the property, but we'll go out there, or a team will go out there with an excavator and they'll dig a couple spots to see, you know, what the overall temperature is going to be. So that has been done. So I'm not just spewing this information with no background or rhyme or reason or shooting from the hip.
Okay.
That's definitely done.
And based on that, you are concluding that those are the 3 areas that will need blasting.
That's correct. But like I said, we don't do 200 test holes on every single inch of the site. So there are areas that we did not test. So it's not 100% that I don't need to handle something here or there. But based on the testing that we did, which was industry practice, a limited amount of samples, and what we can visually see, that is the best information that I think we could provide today.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answering that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant from my colleagues? I'll ask 2 very quick questions. Came up. I asked earlier about limiting the amount of hours of blasting per day to approximately 2. What is your thoughts on limiting the amount of hours hammering per day to 2?
Limiting it to 2
hours a day.
I think that would be very challenging.
Okay.
Hammering process, if we were going that route, it's going to take a lot longer. So if the commission decides that this project could only hammer 2 hours a day, you could potentially increase this timeline for the civil work by double.
Okay.
That would be a very, very drastic change to the timeline.
Okay. I want to understand that because essentially what I feel here, to be honest with you, Mr. Palomo, is like a pick a poison. I got to either pick blasting or I got to pick hammering is what I'm kind of left with. So I just wanted to understand my options.
Absolutely.
Second, the discussion about the emergency vehicle access that was raised. Do you have an emergency vehicle access road?
We have our central road throughout the site, which is more than enough to carry large equipment if we ever had to replace something. So if you look at the plan, you'll see all of our major equipment, inverters, transformers are centrally located to that main road. There is no need for a crane or a large utility vehicle to have to traverse in between the solar panel rows or anything of that nature. There's room for emergency vehicles as well. Yes, that road is wide enough. We work with the fire departments to make sure that the roads that we're doing within the site are up to their satisfaction. So yes, if that was your specific question.
Yes, and I was going to say, was this topic, you've had discussions with the fire department, maybe at the development plan review? That's come up, this has been discussed. Yeah, I wasn't there, so I just want to make sure.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Palumbo, any questions from Mr. Palumbo, from my colleagues? Okay, I think you can sit down, Mr. Palumbo, if you want.
Thank you.
All right, unless anyone has anything else, Mr. Solicitor?
If there's nothing else, you maybe do a motion to close public comment, and then we could take a break for.
I was going to say, does somebody wants, okay, I'm going to open up public comment, but it has to be based on what we just talked about. You
Yeah,
understand?
it's a follow-up question.
Okay,
Jessica Salter, 6 Vaughn, Jessica Salter, 6 Vaughn Lane. This is just a request for clarification for Commissioner Renzulli's question regarding the court order. In my understanding of the judge's decision in the court order, that extended to a requirement to approve at the master plan level, correct? But not a requirement to approve at this level. And I do understand there's issues with the plan being vested and the things that have to be proven, but and I would appreciate any clarification from the solicitor if I'm incorrect in that.
Just one more point, I forgot. to bring up.
please identify yourself, Mr. Doe.
Douglas Doe, 84, look at it. 84 River Farms Drive, West Warwick. But blasting, everybody's talking about blasting, what's gonna happen when we do it. No one's mentioned what happens after they do it. At Lipet, they brought in 2 rock crushers, so they ran 8 hours a day for weeks. I strongly recommend in your conditions, require them to haul away any rock debris they blow up for processing off-site. Otherwise, it's gonna be very loud there for a long time. It's a very annoying noise. You can hear it 800, 900 feet away without any problem at all. So you should require them to haul away any rock debris.
Okay.
Not require any processing on site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doe. I assume we're all set with public comment here? Nobody online's raised their hand all of a sudden, Mr. Lima?
There is no public comment online.
Okay, and Mr. Solicitor Marcella, your suggestion is now at this stage, make a motion to close public comment and take a break, correct?
Well, the break part's your.
Well,
call,
I'm
but-
kind of not feeling well, so I was,
Yep.
and I
Yeah.
think he's making faces at me, the stenographer. So this would be an appropriate time to close public comment. Vice President Coop makes a motion to close public comment. Is there a second? There is a second by Commissioner Mancini. Any discussion on closing public comment? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. I think it would appropriate, I would say a 10-minute break, if that's okay for people. So we'll be back in 10 minutes, which would be approximately 9:35. We all set? All right, we're all here reconvening the Cranston City Plan Commission meeting. So we have closed public comment at this point. So now it is time for the commission to deliberate this matter on the Natick Solar preliminary plan application. Anybody want to get started? Vice Chairman Coop.
I'll get started. I'll start off by giving my interpretation of one of Commissioner Renzulli's comments, and I'm one of 8 or 12 lawyers in the room, so I'm sure others will disagree with me, but my sense is not so much that we have to approve this, but that we have to have a good reason not to. We approve the preliminary, the master, we have to have a good reason to say no to this. From my point of view, I think that's probably why there were statements made at the last meeting about the plan being changed as a way to give us a reason. I don't believe it has changed. I don't accept that. So now I agree with Commissioner Renzulli. We're at the position of what are the appropriate conditions. But I'm also very aware of the emotion. There's a lot of emotion in this room. I actually share a lot of it. I am one of the people who lives not as an abutter, but a good drive of a golf ball away from this property. And I've seen what's happened in our neighborhood. I could probably count 25 houses that are within that distance from my house that weren't there when I moved in 20 years ago. The runoff comes right through my yard and goes down the hill to Natick Avenue. And it's gotten worse because up the hill are 2 new developments that weren't there when I bought my house. It's just happening all around us. Somebody mentioned coyotes. We see coyotes in my neighborhood because their habitat has all been taken up by house lots. I hate to see it, but I don't see that we can stop it. House lots are not a solar field. I understand that. That's what some people in the audience are thinking, and I understand that. Somehow that's more, in some ways, to neighbors, that's more offensive, but that's the ordinance that the city passed. Right or wrong, agree with it, disagree with it. In the end, the trees still get cut down, the land still gets carved up. There's ledge, my backyard is full of ledge. There's blasting to put foundations in the ground. It's an unfortunate reality in our neighborhood. So I share the emotion, but I agree with Commissioner Renzulli that the best thing we can do is try to find a way to make it as palatable as possible.
Any of my other colleagues want to say something at this point before I say something? Okay. So some of the arguments made here about this project has been it doesn't belong here, or vote against this for the same reasons you voted against it last time. Ladies and gentlemen, I voted against this last time, as you all know, because I didn't think it was consistent with a comprehensive plan. Industrial uses in residential rural areas do not make sense to me in general. A judge didn't agree Would you or me? So I cannot go back to the court, reject this preliminary plan for the same reasons that I offered last time, because the judges already rejected those. I know it's odd in this day and age, but we're a quasi-judicial body. And when we do applications like this, we have to base things on the law and the evidence. It's not like an elected official who can just change. I can change my opinion because you've come out. That was at the city council level. And by the way, when the judge made their decision, he wasn't saying, this is what I think is right. He's basically saying, this is what the city council decided in 2015. The city council in 2015 decided to do this. It could have been a special use permit, by the way, instead of a by right. And it failed like on a 5-4 vote. If it had been like that, this would be a different ballgame. So I want to tell you that I listened as attentively as possible, as I do, as best I can, to see, is there a reason coming before me that this preliminary plan could be rejected? So I'll just elaborate on a few of the reasons presented to me. And we have to remember one thing. I'm governed by a statute. I have to check off, it has to be inconsistent with that statute. So for example, the statute doesn't prohibit blasting in a residential neighborhood. It doesn't prohibit hammering in a residential neighborhood. I'm not sure if the city of Cranston could pass an ordinance that prohibits blasting or hammering. I don't know. But I don't have an ordinance that says that, and I don't believe the comprehensive plan says that, and I know the state law don't say that. So I listened to the arguments. One was, there's a residential development that's going to occur involving Mr. Rossi, his family. That is not part of this application. It could come. We have approved applications where there's the parcel is being developed here, and it's not, and another part of it is then developed. And that's basically about 2 acres. It doesn't impact directly the solar farm. So, and then there was the argument about how large is the parcel and the 15% landscaping. I'm not sure if the landscaping standard should have been waived, but that was not my decision. That's the Development Review Committee decision. I'm not about to tell my fellow colleagues on that body that, I'm going to try to overturn you in some way. I don't think I can. And then on top of it, there is a lot of land, I think, that won't be developed. It'll be natural. There was the argument over DEM. That's maybe a ray of hope for the community here about DEM, but we're not DEM. DEM final approval will come. They only can get final approval if they get their DEM permit. Stormwater runoff. I watched all your videos. I've watched your neighborhood before, like, years ago, and I think it is bad. But I can't, the DEM, the laws, as I understand it, is it's about not increasing the existing runoff. No new net runoff. It's not about eliminating the current runoff. Again, I'm an attorney, and I'm in kind of old fashioned in that I like to follow the law with good faith. In this day and age, just people in public office, they just do what they want. Catch me if you can. I'm not like that, even when it's against what I believe. What I mean by believe is what I have as a personal opinion, potentially. The issue of the where's the solar facility located, the address, the route. We have a condition from the applicant about the route issue. I could go on in different parts where I think the arguments have been addressed, and I don't see how I can reject this preliminary plan. I can put conditions. I would say 2 following things, assuming a majority here votes for preliminary plan approval with conditions. I was trying to see if there's some way to improve the landscaping plan materially. I asked some questions. I was open to the abutters presenting a landscaping expert who would have come up with a more robust landscaping proposal. I can tell from the judge's opinion that no sight lines, all seasons, all sight lines not being shown was not going to probably fly. But I think a more robust plan could have been developed on landscaping if you had presented it to me. At least it would have been open to it. And secondly, on the hammering and the blasting, I take those concerns very seriously. And I think we can put conditions on it, and we'll talk about that in a minute. There will be final plan approval. And I know that one of the abutters in their comments talked about we would not have input into that. Well, you're going to have public input. Possibly, if there's some other conditions you can think of that would help make this project more palatable to you. Because all we're doing here is taking a use that I find is generally inconsistent in a rural residential area and trying to make it work. Square peg, round hole. But that was what it is. If I could figure out a legal way, I would be open to it. But it's not been presented to me and I have not figured it out. That's my problem. I'm sorry this disappoints you because I know the answer you want is, vote no. But I have to have a legal basis. So that's where I am. I'll be supporting it with conditions. I will be supporting it with conditions. I will vote no if the conditions are not appropriate in my mind or go far enough. So is there sorry for my speech going that long. Is there anyone else who has any comments to make? Commissioner Lampier?
It's always best when I let President Frias go first because it shortens my comments. But I do agree with him. I'm an attorney also, and I have to look in the four corners of the record for legal reasons to deny an application. When we were here on master plan, I thought we had adequate legal grounds upon which to do that. And that was what we did. Process worked through the courts and it was reviewed and found that we did not have an adequate basis for finding that this did not comply with the comprehensive plan as it existed at the time. So we have to follow that. And I hope I was not misleading when I spoke of the court decision, because that decision didn't order us to approve the preliminary plan. However, it did tell us that we can't make a finding that what is before us is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And that is a very big piece that would allow us to deny. As I look through this, I look at conditions as well. And before I go on to that, I will just say it was, it went through the courts. The Superior Court decision was made. There was an application that for cert before the Supreme Court, and the city chose not to support that application for cert. As a member of the commission, I found that very disappointing. We are here, we work hard, we had a legal basis for our decision, and the city chose not to pursue that. So I think that was another decision along the way that brings us back to where we are today. On the conditions, we had a number of conditions from the first preliminary plan approval that were worked on, at least with landscaping, with the community, with Commissioner Vincent at the time. And those, I think, are still conditions that assist to the extent possible with all of the abutters to try to have adequate landscaping. There is a provision in there that talks about assessing whether or not the buffer is adequate. So there is opportunity with the landscape architect that will be working with Mr. Carter on behalf of the city to ensure that what they proposed was adequate. It even allows for additional buffering if there's a determination by the city's landscape architect that that buffer is not adequate. So I think that to some extent, it addresses the issue that President Frias raised. I also think, and I'll offer them afterwards, some additional conditions with respect to blasting. And one other, I realize that condition 21 currently allows for final plan review by the Planning Commission, but I will be offering a proposed condition where the final plan approval will be made by the Planning Commission upon recommendation by the administrative officer. And I will offer that because, first of all, at the time, the law allowed the commission to review final plans. That's changed under new laws that were enacted by the General Assembly. It's taken power away from the Planning Commission as a whole. But the law allowed for that. And in this case, we never exerted that authority in a case that I can remember. But this is a case that is different from any other in my, I think, 9 years now on the commission. So I say that not because I don't believe staff can review it, but because I think that this case has had such an impact on so many people over so many years and will still continue to do that, that we have an obligation, at least I feel, and that's why I will propose it, an obligation as a commission member to see this through. So I will be offering that as well. And I think that's it, but wanted to explain why I will be voting the way I will if the conditions I feel are necessary are incorporated into that decision.
Thank you, Commissioner Lampier. Is there anyone else on the commission that'd like to make a comment at this time? Okay. Unless I see a commissioner say that they want to vote against it and make an argument to vote against it, then I think we should move to the conditions discussion. I'll start it out just because I don't know how many conditions I have, but I'm going to be using the December 19th, 2025 letter from Revity as a starting point. So one thing I would say is that on point number 2, it talks about the applicant's efforts to remove ledge and rock and limited to hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., prohibited on weekends. I would also say it should be prohibited on holidays. I'm not sure this is, I'd like to hear from my colleagues if they think this goes far enough or we need to put a little bit more restrictions on the time of hours. On point number 9, this is following up from earlier discussion, I believe it should not be just the first 3 years, it should be 30 years to have annual inspections. That would require a change in the first sentence and in the second to last sentence, I believe, in section 9. And also change number 12 from 4 in total to, I think my math's correct, 31. This project's going to have a useful life of about 30 years. And I'd rather be safe than sorry about having annual inspections to make sure that this thing is properly maintained. Section 13, as heard earlier, I think this should be adjusted for inflation. It may not even be enough, but I'll go to 42,000 from 35,000. On the blasting, I really debated this, whether or not to go to 300 feet. And I'll tell you why. Looked at Mr. Lawrence's pictures. I am not a gas pipeline expert. I'm talking the blastings number 22. As I said, I'm not a gas pipeline expert, but I am not convinced that that was done well. And actually, I suspect it was not done right. And what concerned me is that they've had these pictures for a number of years, the applicant, and they still haven't talked to Kinder Morgan about it. These pictures, this condition. I know we still have final plan approval, so we can come back to this, but the reason it's 300 feet, as I was thinking about, is with a Tennessee pipeline, when you're getting 300 feet, it's a more restrictive review. And I'm concerned about this being done properly. And the safety is involved here. Mr. Lawrence, who's not here today, he's an elderly gentleman, lives pretty close to this pipeline, as you probably all know. I found his testimony from the first plan, from the first phase, and this pretty compelling. My only concern is the argument that the applicants made, which is if you don't allow me to blast at 250 feet, you have to pick a poison. You're going to get your hammering. And I heard a lot of complaints about the hammering. So at this point, I can live with 200 unless my colleagues think we should go to 3. But I'm really concerned about that pipeline. I'd like to hear, and I'm saying this to I don't know if I'm going to be here by the time this comes, but next time you come before us for final plan approval, I'm going to want to hear what Keegan Morgan has to say about this installation and about these pictures and whether or not this is safe to blast within 250 feet of it. And I want to hear that. You can have representations with them, talk with them, represent it to me. In regards to blasting as well, because blasting is a safety issue. I'd like notice given to anyone within 500 feet, whose property is within 500 feet of blasting, 14 days ahead of time. I'd like proof of insurance and proof of insurance that covers blasting activities. And I believe that there's one other thing on the blasting. I'm sorry, I just can't remember right now. I think that's what I have for so far. I'd like to hear from my colleagues if they have additional things or what they consider about my amendments to their conditions. And I would like to say as well, unless the city solicitor tells me I'm wrong, at final plan approval stage, I believe conditions couldn't be imposed at final plan approval stage by the administrative officer, at least, with our involvement. So unless Mr. Marcelo thinks I'm incorrect about that, is that correct? I think we can impose conditions. Go ahead, Mr. Marcelo.
That's a first in my 35 years.
Oh, okay.
You're asking if the administrative officer at final plan can
If final
impose
plan approval
additional-
comes in
Correct.
and we're gonna have this information meeting, can we put any additional conditions than what's over here? I'm just curious. You don't think so?
Well, I would say this, I don't have a snap answer for you on this one. However, I would say if there is a change in the plan.
Okay.
For instance, if there's if there's a major change, it would have to come back to the board for a public hearing. If there's a minor change,
right,
they would have to, the administrative officer has the right to bring it back if they want to. And I would assume, well, I'm not going to assume, but it would make sense that if there is a change in the plan and that change necessitated a condition, it would be something that I certainly could defend.
Okay.
But when you look because I was looking at the final plan statute today,
Yeah.
it doesn't specifically allow for additional conditions, and I would think that would go into the change category where if you have conditions on the plan now and it doesn't change, I don't see the mechanism to allow additional conditions at the final plan.
Okay, with that said, then I would go with also a condition of, because I don't want to deal with this issue, limiting blasting to 2 hours a day. I'm just not gonna have these people be blasting for hours. So that's the only other condition, because I'm not sure I can put that in at final plan approval. I'd hear more information. Blasting should not be more than 2 hours a day. That's,
Yeah, I would suggest, because I have an application with blasting, and it's not that blasting, that it's a window.
okay.
Not that blasting could happen 2 hours a day.
Oh, 11 to 1, let's say.
Correct, that there's a certain window, the way I would phrase it is there's a certain window where blasting can occur, and that would be 12 to 2, one,
11 to
whatever that
1.
window is, because the
Okay.
blasting only takes 2 seconds.
Understood. You said, see, I said, I'm not in my A game
Yep.
today.
No, that's
So
okay.
that's correct. The blasting would be in a window of 2 hours a day of 11 to 1. And any other, okay, that's my thing.
Mr. President,
Go ahead. Vice President.
going back to your speculating about increasing the distance from 200 to 300 feet.
Yep.
I understand there's a lot of fear about blasting, and I'm not an engineer. But I would think there'd also be some danger from repeated vibrations in the ground. I don't know if our Public Works Commissioner, Commissioner Correa, can weigh in on that, but I would think at some point, a blast versus constant vibration from pounding ledge, there might be a different risk to that pipeline. Do you have any thoughts about?
I'm not an expert in it, but however, significant amount of hammering to demo bridges through my career at the Department of Transportation, and it is a nuisance. I would recommend you stay away from hammering as much as possible. The blasting, as they say, and as Mr. Palumbo had said earlier, the preparation is what takes time. The blast is a few seconds. They hold a plunger with their hand, they let go of a button, and it blasts, and it's over. Then they clean it up, you move on to the next area. So there's time in between, and it's very short periods of time. The constant blasting, I think, would be the constant hammering would be way more of a nuisance to the neighbors and to the underground soils and profile, that we would try to limit that as much as possible. So increasing where they can or decreasing where they can blast is probably not the most prudent thing we could do. If the company that owns the gas line is comfortable with blasting at 100 feet from their property, then I don't know why we think we should have any more expertise to say that it should be greater than that. And I'm not sure how much of that blasting is proposed within that distance anyway. It didn't appear that it was very much. It seems most of the blasting is well within the properties, and it could be at least a couple of 100 feet away from each one of the property lines, it would seem.
Okay, so I think I would lean towards the 200 feet.
That's okay. Like I said, I understand the hammering issue. The problem I had with, like Director Carrera mentioned, the 100 feet. The comment made by the Natick Solar representative was not, hey, you don't want to do it within 100 feet because it's not safe or the safety risk increase. It's more of an economic viewpoint, which is not the answer I wanted. Okay. So at 200 feet, I can live with that because it's like I said earlier, it's a pick a poison. I got to pick a hammering. I got to pick a blasting at 200 feet or 250 feet away. Commissioner Mancini?
But then I think that we should take apart what Mr. Doe said about removing the rubble off-site and not breaking it out there.
Okay,
I believe it is addressed in these conditions.
is everyone's understanding of that as well? That the, go ahead,
I
Commissioner
would like to make
Lampier.
sure that that's there.
There is a provision in condition 2 that says the applicant shall use reasonable efforts to remove ledge or rock by mechanical means. Only ledge that is to be reused as part of the project on site may be processed on site. Any ledge not being utilized as stated above shall not be processed before being removed from the site. And then it proceeds to say processing of the ledge and rock crushing shall be limited to the hours between, I believe it says 9 and 5. I was proposing 10 and 2, Monday through Friday, and shall be prohibited on weekends, and Commissioner Frias added holidays. So I think that did address Mr. Doe's comment.
Okay, so Commissioner Lampier, you would have a change on number 2 to be between, instead of 9 to 5, it'd be 10 to 2. And as I said earlier, it would be weekends and holidays, correct? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Carrera?
Yeah, Mr. President, the only thing that would concern me with that is you're gonna be exposing the neighbors to much longer duration of construction if we shorten the window when they can do that mechanical. It's almost better that it's like taking a Band-Aid off. You don't want to do it slowly. If they get more window to work, 9 to 5, 9 to 4, whatever, that's gonna be able to get them out of there much quicker and less of a nuisance than it would be as if you tried to limit them to 3 to 4 hours a day. That becomes a real problem when it comes to progress of work and the production rates that these people need to get in order to make any money to get the blasters out there. You want to be able to get them in and out as quickly as possible, based on my experiences of when we've had to do that type of an operation.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lampier.
I think obviously this is trying to balance things. And the consideration I was looking at, but I think there's some flexibility. We also heard from members of the public, I'm looking at, it had said 9 to 5. Children come home from school, maybe want to be outdoors. So maybe there's a period of time that we could shave off and make it maybe 9 to 3 or 9 to 2. That certainly increases the time, and I'm open to suggestion by other commissioners on what's appropriate, but that was based on the comments that we heard.
Yeah, I would agree with you that, a 9 to 3 window is still a 6-hour window to work. You can get production from that. Anything less than that, it really would not be that productive, and it's going to prolong the amount of time that people are out there doing that work.
Okay. Any other comments, suggestions from my colleagues? Oh, Director Carrera?
Yeah, one other one was, you mentioned notice. Is that within 500 feet? Are you talking a written notice, or will phone call notice be acceptable?
I would say, I'd like to have it written, and I'd like to, and phone call. That's unless the solicitor tells me I can't do
May I
that.
suggest phone or electronic? Because
yes.
some, again, in the project that I was dealing with in East Greenwich, they
Yes.
sent out emails. because
Phone or
some-
electronic?
Some people don't answer their phones.
Okay. Can we do phone and electronic? Okay. Phone and electronic. Commissioner Mancini? Commissioner Renzulli?
I would agree with that. I think now with AI, that can make phone calls. If this project is going to take maybe 4 months, I don't know how many, I don't think they're gonna have to make that many phone calls, and the AI system can do this relatively on the cheap now, so it's not gonna be too much to, I feel like over informing the people that are gonna be affected by this. It can't hurt to let people know more. I also think, I would like to see it put in there somehow that the city itself being informed, City Hall, the mayor's office, constituent affairs is going to also get phone calls about this, complaints about noise, whether it's from hammering or blasting. It's definitely gonna come through, so if the city can be considered a constituent here, I think then they can serve their constituents better. So I'd like to see that put in there somehow.
So a notice to,
Yeah, I would say
Constituent
notice
affairs.
to constituent affairs and the planning department.
okay. I'm just writing things down. I apologize. Okay, anything, Commissioner Lampier?
As I said earlier, on final plan approval, I believe it's condition 21. I have proposed language to delete what is there and add, for final plan approval, the applicant shall submit to the administrative officer all materials required by the commission when the application was given preliminary approval. The application shall be certified in writing, complete or incomplete, by the administrative officer. Upon recommendation by the administrative officer, the city plan commission shall approve with conditions, or deny the final plan within 45 days of the certificate of completeness, or within a further amount of time that may be consented to by the applicant.
Solicitor Marcella?
Yeah, and that mirrors, if you look at the final plan statute, those timeframes mirror what Commissioner Lampier said. The only true issue is the law now is it has to be administrative. The law then was the planning commission or planning board had the option of making it administrative or having it come back for the plan. But I guess in my opinion that since at the time of vesting, it allowed final plan to come back to the planning commission. So I agree that this condition can be put
Okay,
in.
all right, thank you, Solicitor. Any other changes, conditions, Commissioner Lampier?
I don't have anything prepared on this, but in listening to comments made specifically by Mr. Doe, when we're talking about blasting, he did mention that there is the ability to have portable seismic recorders. And I know we were trying to consider, based on comments throughout master plan, other preliminary plan proceedings, and this one, to figure out some type of protection for the abutters with regard to wells and septic and foundations. I'm not sure, and all that would do is to measure the intensity of seismic activity so that there's a record should there be some damage to someone's property. I throw it out there for maybe some discussion by my fellow commissioners.
If I could add to that, in the blasting that I've had in the past, if you're hiring an expert, they normally will do a pre-construction, a pre-blast, and a post-blast survey. So within a certain perimeter of that property, they will go out there and they will stop at every house, and they should be going in there to photograph and have a pre-blasting survey done, which is going to be a report. Upon completion of the work, if there's a well that dries up, if there's a septic system that fails, that should all be noted from the pre to the post. And that difference would be eligible to be notified. And that's where they would have to have the blaster come back and he would have to remedy that situation. I mean, we have had problems where when you blast within certain areas, it's potential it will close up a well or it breaks and fractures the vein where the water is running to where the wells are. If that happens, that would be something that the pre and post blasting report should be able to pick up. And if they're an expert and they are experienced in the work they're doing, that's normally what the fire marshal is going to require. So you would have that documented. And if there was any change in conditions that has to do with cracks in the paint, walls, foundation settling, stones being fallen off of a foundation, everything and anything, they usually do photographs and a written document for pre and post.
So Commissioner.
Thank you for educating me, and I think that would make an excellent condition.
So the condition, Commissioner Carrero, would be that prior to there must be a pre-blasting survey and a post-blasting survey of the properties within 500 feet.
Shall offer.
Shall offer.
In other words, there may be people
don't want them to
that don't want anyone in their house. I mean, I wouldn't want anyone in my house, so.
Okay, so that the applicant shall offer to abutters within 500 feet of the blasting, a pre-blasting survey and a post-blasting survey. Is that adequate? Okay, thank you, Solicitor. Commissioner Renzulli?
To that end, someone who does not want to take the opportunity to have someone do a pre-blasting survey, I think they should have to sign some sort of waiver that they waive their right to whatever happens after, correct? Should that be in this condition? If you don't waive your right to have a survey, who's going to say what happened there before?
Commissioner Renzulli, we can't make abutters waive their legal rights to sue the applicant for whatever they want to sue the applicant for.
Okay, but I just want the city not to be responsible for any of this by not, I'm not an attorney, so this is why I'm saying this out loud right now.
I know.
I'm just trying to make sure that this doesn't come to the claims to the city claims commission, committee, that now we're gonna sue the city because we didn't do this. So
Yeah,
I
I've
want to
thought-
protect the city in that way.
I've thought about this. If we ever got into, I'm not going to get into this right now. We cannot, well, I'm not going to get into it right now, Commissioner Renzulli, about what the city could do if we ever had a problem here. I have some thoughts in my head, but I will say that we cannot require abutters to waive their rights to bring legal claims. They're not before us. Do you see what I'm saying? It's only the applicant that we can impose conditions on. See? Okay. Anything else from anyone else about this before I'm going to try to summarize the conditions, the changes to the December 2025 letter. I'm going to summarize it. And I think we have a record here of what we've been talking about. So it'll be easy to make the changes in this, as part of our order. Is there anything else to be added?
I have my proposed change in writing, so you can just
Okay,
have it.
all right. So is what I understand is that this would be an approval, preliminary plan approval with the following condition, all the conditions submitted by the applicant on December 19th, 2025 with modifications as follows. In section 2, it would be changed from 9 to 5 to 9 to 3, and the prohibition would apply not only to weekends but holidays. On section 9, the annual inspections would occur not in the next 3 years, but the next 30 years. And that would require also a change to 30 inspections rather than a total of 3 inspections. On section 12, that would also require a change for the total inspections, I believe from 4 to 31. On section 13, the amount would increase from 35,000 to 42,000 to be put in the escrow account. For final plan application to be brought before the commission, I can't remember your language, Ms. Commissioner Lanfear. We're just going to say the language you've put into the record. On blasting, we will keep it at 200 feet. However, we will require that the applicant provide proof of insurance and that insurance shall cover blasting, that the notice will be provided to abutters. within 14 days by phone and by electronic notice, and that this abutters will be 500 feet from the blasting location, not just if they have a structure within 500 feet. That the notice will also be provided not only to the abutters, but to the planning department and the Department of Constituent Services for the city of Cranston, of the mayor. And that blasting will be limited from a window from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And that also abutters shall be offered the opportunity to have, within that 500 feet radius, of a pre-blast survey and a post-blast survey. I think I've captured it pretty much accurately. If someone thinks I've forgotten something or left something off, please inform me.
Did you,
Commissioner Lampier?
I may have missed it, but on the blasting, did you indicate that it will be Monday through Friday, prohibited on weekends and holidays?
Yes, if it's not, let's just make it clear that it's prohibited. It's only on Mondays and Fridays. It's not on weekends and it's not on holidays.
And the DEM stormwater and wetlands permit must be submitted with the final plan.
Is that appropriate, Mr.? I mean, so we will add another condition that the DEM permit shall be submitted prior to approval of final plan approval. Is that more or less what you said, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else anyone else has to add? Commissioner Solicitor Marcella?
So I mean, at this point, we would need obviously a formal motion in a second.
I know. So I'll just finish this before we pop our, are you making a motion or are you doing a talk?
I do want to have one other comment. When you
Okay.
said the DEM approval, that's giving a preconceived notion that they're going to get accepted. It should be a DEM
Yeah.
determination.
They have to get DEM approval to get final order. They have to. They can't get final order. They can't get a final plan approval without DEM approval.
So failure to get approval from DEM would result in a denial. of being able
Correct.
to construct it. pretty much.
wouldn't be able to get it.
Right, okay.
Okay, we all set? I just want to say that we'll do a motion, but I want to say I wish I could do more. Because if I could, I would. Thank you. Anyone like to make a motion based on all the changes that I've read into the record? To do a preliminary plan approval with conditions as submitted by the applicant, as amended by our discussion that I outlined just now. Okay, Vice President Coop makes a motion. Seconded by Director Carrero. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. I apologize. Thank you very much. All right. I just want to know who we have left in the room. I'm going to give everyone a couple minutes to get out. Are you in a butter? No, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a few more items on our agenda that we need to get through tonight. That completes Natick Solar. We have someone here for 1681 Cranston Street. And then we will take the zoning board recommendations. I fear we will not make the 11 o'clock deadline. More like 11:30 is my guess, but it depends on what happens. So the stenographer, you are not going to remain here for this presentation, correct? Okay, I just want to make sure that you're all set. All right, if everyone can pay their attention, ma'am, state your name and address for the record, and you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Julie Bartlett. I'm an architect with ZDS Architecture and Interiors in Providence, and I'm here representing a client for pre-application for preliminary presentation for 1681 Cranston Street, a mixed-use development proposed at that location. If you don't mind switching the slide, thank you. So just to orient everyone, this proposal involves a merging of 6 lots, 4 in the C2 zone on Cranston Street and 2 in a residential zone. And it involves the demolition of the existing building that's there and the new proposed project. Next slide, please. We're very familiar with the context of the Knightsville neighborhood. And in fact, my managing principal grew up in the area. He's actually very passionate. So he's looking forward to continuing to augment the existing vibrancy of that area with the new use in the area. Next slide, please. Actually, can you go to the next slide and then I'll come back to this one. Just to orient everyone from the site plan, we're proposing a new 4-story structure on Cranston Street, mixed use, ground floor, exclusively retail or commercial with a lobby as well. We'll have parking in the rear, one-way access from America Street with some angled parking spaces behind that retail to the north. And then continuing to a 2-way access off of Briggs Street with some tandem parking spaces and other parking spaces in the rear as well. We're also proposing 5 on-street parking, which is on our property, but it is parallel on the street on Briggs Street. So if you can go back to the zoning, please, thank you. We have the start of a zoning summary. We'll augment this for the official hearing that will also have civil here and an attorney as well. But we will be requesting relief due to the 4 stories for height and for parking. It'll be about 20 feet for the height for the full 4 stories in this zone. And we are proposing 54 spaces for a required 84. The existing zoning ordinance requires 2-to-1 parking spaces for residential use and 1 space per 300 square feet for retail, totaling the 84 spaces. Our proposal sort of introduces 1 space per bedroom. So we have 30 units, 20 of which are 1 bedroom, 10 of which are 2 or 3 bedroom units, and providing 42 spaces for the residences, and then the balance would be for retail and commercial. So we would be requesting relief for that, but we feel that because of the 1 bedroom ratio that we have, we feel that the parking would be appropriate for the location. Skip the next slide. Thank you. So the ground floor, we're proposing currently 3 retail tenants, possibly a cafe, some other commercial use. We don't have any tenants lined up quite yet. The red zone is a lobby and potentially a small amenity space. And then in the rear, behind all of the commercial spaces, would be back of house and utilities. We are planning for a transformer and trash on site and a small loading space for the retail spaces as well. And you'll see the dedicated ADA spaces. We do also feel that the tandem spaces would be dedicated to our 2-bedroom units, so that the same unit would be sharing that tandem space. And then the additional 4 spaces for the tandem would probably be for employees for some of the retail spaces as well. Next slide, please. This is our typical floor, so floors 2 and 3, proposing 13 units per floor, so 10 1-bedrooms and 3 2-bedrooms. The 2 bedrooms flanking the corners, north and south, where we have the extra window access. And then on the top floor for the penthouse level, we are stepping back. If you don't mind skipping the next slide, please. Thank you. We're stepping back the facade coming in about 10 feet all around so that the facade sort of breaks at that third floor level, creating penthouse style units, 3 2-bedrooms and 1 3-bedroom, each with their own private balcony facing Cranston Street as well. The next slide is sort of some of the inspiration we were thinking of for the massing and scale, really trying to activate that ground floor with some retail and highlighting like sort of a darker black metal and black storefront, just keeping that like a cornice material at a 3-story level and pulling in some wood as well. And if you go to the next slide is our initial attempt at a rendering. We are proposing a primarily metal panel. If you look at the ground floor will be storefront, metal panel, probably some fiber cement, probably a masonry at the base below all of the storefronts, a fiber cement facade of the cream color, and then we'd have a black or gray metal panel for the vertical orientation, accented with some wood at the balconies as well. We have met preliminarily with the planning board, at least Eric Swena from my office met with some folks, and we're looking forward to hearing some feedback on this proposal.
Thank you. Could you state your name again?
Sure, Julie Bartlett.
Hi, Ms. Bartlett. Are there any questions for Ms. Bartlett at this time or comments? Commissioner Lampier.
I know you're here to hear our initial impressions, so I will say off the top, the parking is an issue for me.
Okay.
I don't think that that appears to be adequate, and spillover would go into residential neighborhoods. So I think that alone is an issue. Not sure what I think about the height yet, but definitely parking needs to be looked at.
Okay.
Parking, can I ask a follow-up to that?
Yeah, you can say what, yeah.
The residential ratio or just in general at the project level? Like considering that we were planning for proposing a 1-to-1 bedroom to car ratio? That's an issue, okay. Okay. Understood.
I'll make a couple of comments and ask a question. Is this for government subsidized housing that would qualify for the affordable housing under the state law?
No, it would be market rate.
Okay, so I'll display my opinion. You can listen, but you want to get feedback. This would exceed the density of allowed under a B and under that B zone, and also our ordinance for the 6,000, 4,000, 4,000. We have gone above our density in those situations significantly when there is a affordable housing component to that property. Okay, like we done Legion Bowl, we have done elsewhere. From looking at this, you're looking about 30 units on less than an acre, which to me is about 3 times what the density is probably allowed for that area, more or less. That's a big problem for me. So people who know me here know that I don't speak for the majority. So it's not like, I'm the chairman, but I'm not the dictator. Okay, so people just think what they want to do, but I'm a density person. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I'm concerned about the parking issue because you're going to have multi-use and you don't know who your commercial tenants are. You talked about a cafe. The people who'd be going to a cafe or restaurant at night, they may be using the parking spaces of the residents. And if that cafe is open after I don't know, midnight, 1 o'clock, whatever it is in the morning, that's like a problem for off-street parking. So the commercial component, that's the problem for parking for me primarily, is having the same space used for commercial and residential when I don't know what the commercial is a big problem. If you told me that's I promise you, it's going to be we're going to put a condition, it's going to be a doctor's office. That's a different ballgame. A cafe, they're open up at night. Okay, so that's my other feedback on that. Are these apartments or condos?
Apartments.
Okay. So I think you're very high density. That's a problem and the parking's a problem for me. And like I said, if I vote for giving you this much density, a lot of other people are gonna come in and ask me for higher density too. And at least when I do higher density, I can say I want an affordable housing component to satisfy these state requirements, okay, of 15%. But if you're not gonna give me more, that requirement, then I don't know why I'm gonna give you more density. That's just that's my policy, that's my viewpoint, but like I said, that's who I am. You'll see what happens, okay? Any other comments or questions for the presenter?
Yeah.
Commissioner Carrero?
Just a couple of things. Yeah, obviously, you're well aware that we've recently done the improvements
Yes.
on Cranston Street. Do you know if all the utilities are already on site, or are they gonna have to go into the roadway and dig up the sidewalks?
There's not likely the exact utilities that we'll need for this development compared to what's there existing
Because there is a moratorium on the pavement for 5 years.
for 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the stamped concrete is a very difficult thing to match. So I don't know what the proposal is there. It looks like it would be at the back of the sidewalk. If they can keep the construction within that, would be something you want to kind of focus on. Because any disruption to that sidewalk,
We understand we'd have to repair it.
not just the one area. You would have to go between joint to joint in order to do it. It would be much, much larger, or they'd end up doing the whole sidewalk from America to Briggs.
Understood.
And then you could dig it up and then you'll be able to replace it in kind, that's all.
Sure.
Oh,
You can do, certainly you can do public comment, just a couple of things, legally, the owner, when I looked up the owner today, the LLC, was expired. So they're gonna have to, the owner is going to have to get back in good standing with the Secretary of State and the Division of Taxation, because
Is that required before we come before? I
correct,
imagine?
correct. In order to be able to put forth an application, you need a valid corporation. And I don't think, to go to Kathleen's, I don't know if in my 18, 19 years, if we've ever approved a height variance in the city. So, I mean, that'll be up to you guys. That's, well, Legion Bowl was a height variance, so, okay.
And the height variance for Legion Bowl again was in an affordable housing component.
Exactly.
See what I'm saying? Is there any other questions from Ms. Bartlett? Otherwise, we can take public comment.
This is open to public comment? No, I'm happy to hear. I didn't know. It's fine. I was told this wasn't open to public comment, but that's totally fine.
She can't, she's a commissioner who can't vote on this because she's in a butter.
All right, there you go. All right. So do I have to repeat? No. All right, Lisa Mancini, 234 Bretton Woods Drive, owner of Night Soul Properties LLC, owner of the property at 1416 America Street, which is directly across the street. We have parking for 3 cars in our driveway, and we have parking for 2 cars in front of our property. And when you put 2 cars in front of our property, you can't park across the street. So everyone, America Street gets very tired. So all the properties where all the restaurants, they all park on America Street. So this issue with the parking is really important that they're just trying to say about this. Thanks.
Any other public comment? Anyone online who'd like to make public comment?
There is no public comment online.
Thank you, Mr. Lima. Are there any further questions or inquiries or any comments further you want to make to Ms. Bartlett, or Ms. Bartlett have anything else you want to say to us?
No, thank you.
If you had been here earlier, I would have taken you before that Natick Solar
I
nonsense.
was here.
That was a
before.
lot of work. I'm sorry you had to sit through all that
That's
stuff, okay?
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda. Geez, it's the zoning board recommendations, right? Which one's the first one? Is it the sign or the I don't have the paper in front of me. Okay, so the first application we'll be hearing, we're going to zoning board applications, is the 580 Reservoir Ave application for sign variance. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard on this variance request? I don't see the applicant here. Mr. Ray, this is your memo. Feel free. You have the floor.
And Jamie, before you start, did they submit a site plan yet?
No.
Okay.
So this.
So I'm going to stop you.
Oh, you funny. Yeah, okay.
Without a site plan, the application can't be complete. We can't hear it at the zoning board next week without a site plan.
So what is your recommendation we do?
Go ahead.
We had heard from Stanley Peichel that he had waived that requirement.
For a site plan?
Yeah.
All right, well, why don't you move forward? I mean, I'm not gonna let the zoning board hear it without a site plan, so I don't think Stan can waive that requirement.
I mean,
But yeah, why don't you move forward? You guys vote on it, like, it's getting late, and I'll deal with it at the zoning board. Go ahead.
all right, so this application is requesting relief to replace an existing sign with an LED sign. It's an aerial view. It's located at 580 Reservoir. There's another street view. And this is a rendering of the sign. So our code doesn't explicitly allow LED signs. And this also mentions that there's no site plan survey submitted. And planning department has stated previously that we have issues with digital LED signage, which can be visually overwhelming, create clutter for drivers, and it's the planning staff's view that LED signage distracts from the overall visual aesthetic of the city of Cranston. So with that, just wanted to forward a negative recommendation to the zoning board of review.
Sorry. Okay, any questions for Mr. Ray? Okay, Mr. Ray, is it still the case on page 5 that the proposed sign appears to be, in your opinion, to project over the public right of way?
Yeah, but you can't say for sure.
Because what, the site plan isn't in?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, it's starting to make sense to me. Any other questions for Mr. Ray? Yeah, I took some more of this. I just decided I'm putting this on the record. Anyway, go ahead, Commissioner Mancini.
So why is this sign not good, but the one at the liquor store down the street is okay?
That is a violation that is.
Yeah,
not
so,
okay.
so let, history, which I know I'm right on this one. The planning commission and the prior chairman usually voted against every LED sign that has ever come, because one, it's a use variance, and two, Mike Smith despised LED signs. So normally the planning commission sends a negative recommendation, and then the zoning board 99% of the time approves it with conditions. I know Councilman Bonanno has come forward to me and asked, we should actually have a comprehensive ordinance that's reviewed by the city council citywide. But with that said, that's in the past, that's what's happened is you guys give a negative recommendation. Planning department hates it, but then the zoning board, does what they do.
But then can we put conditions on this negative recommendation to indicate that someone's gonna go out there and inspect what they're putting on their LED sign? Because we have people driving by and there's movies going on while they're driving, but no one's checking any one of these
That's,
7 that are in the city.
that's enforcement. Correct. And we used to have when I first started, there was actually a sign person in the inspections department. But as far as funding goes,
Having a child at 17 and having 3 daughters that are older and they're getting distracted by cell phones and people on the phones and bad drivers and working for a bodily injury attorney, I just see people crashing because they're trying to read what price is something going by while they're driving by, and it's not right. So while I approve of the negative recommendation, there need to be conditions on it that they are inspected when it gets passed in zoning for someone to go out and inspect them to make sure they're not putting videos up.
I agree. I know, I've been hearing this for 19 years. I don't disagree with you.
Okay. Okay, before we do motions, no problem. Are we all done with our questions? Okay, is there anyone here who'd like to make public comment on this? Seeing none, Mr. Lima, online.
Andy Andahar.
Councilman Andahar, welcome. You stayed up late to be with us. Tell us what you have to say.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity. Andy Endover, I'm the councilman of Ward 3, 17 Ruzy Street. As you know, I abut and Councilwoman Haroyan abuts Reservoir Avenue. We are in total support of this application as this is a business that is very community oriented. And we feel that as long as they have 30-second still signage, we totally support it. So I understand there is some back and forth going on, but if there's any way you could get it to us and bypass zoning, as you know, I'm not a big fan of, we would definitely pass this at the city council level. So I want to thank you all for your time and your service to this community, as this is a very long meeting, but we are in, Councilwoman Haroyan and I are in full support of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Andahar. Anyone else online that would like to make comment?
There's no other public comment online.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Commissioner Vice President Koo.
I'll say the same thing I say every time. We say no, the zoning board says yes, and we have a mismatched patchwork of signs all over the city. And we have one business down the road who has the sign and we say no to this business. I'm not saying I support it, but I do think there's a level of unfairness in the process that we follow.
Yes, Commissioner Renzulli.
I would agree with Commissioner Koo that it seems a little bit inequitable how we do this, but I would implore the city council to then create that ordinance and guidelines regarding this, so we don't have a patchwork and it's going back and forth between the planning commission and the zoning board. Just let the city council implore them to do this, and then we can have it can be a little bit more equitable. And I will say that I do agree with Commissioner Mancini that these need to be stills, and it can't be a further distraction to drivers. But we also need the enforcement mechanism and someone going out there to enforce whatever it is they put in this ordinance that I hope the city council will do. Otherwise, like anything else, if it's not enforced, then it doesn't matter. The law doesn't matter if you don't enforce it. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Commissioner Lampier.
Not to belabor, but if an applicant is coming before the zoning board or before us, they can at least give us a complete application before we take the time to evaluate it. And sometimes we can't evaluate it if they don't provide the necessary information. So on that basis alone, I would support a negative recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Lampier. Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? I'll finish up by saying I'm planning to vote negative on this. I really don't care that much about signs one way or another. But when someone appears to have a sign that's in the right of way and they don't submit a site plan, that suggests a negative recommendation to me. And I agree with Commissioner Coop, which is like, we need to have a fair process here where if someone's gonna be able to get a sign up, then other people can too in the particular locations. But that's a city council decision in the end. That's where Councilman Andahar comes in. All right. Any other comments, questions? If not, this would be an appropriate time for motions. Commissioner Lampier,
Accept staff recommendation
for a negative, right?
for a negative recommendation for the reasons we stated.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Mancini. Any further discussion? All those in favor of a negative recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Commissioner Carrero is a nay on that motion. Any other nays? Okay, then it passes with that 8-1 majority, I believe. All right, that's that one. Now we have Narragansett Boulevard. I think, Mr. Ray, this is you as well. And let the record reflect that Mr. Barberi, Commissioner Barberi, you're recusing yourself on this matter? Okay, Commissioner Barberi is recusing himself on this matter. And I should reflect also Ms. Mancini recused herself on the 1381 yes, project. Okay, is the applicant here wishes to be heard on Narragansett Boulevard? Not present. Mr. Ray, make your presentation.
All right, so this is an application to construct a two-family home on a 6,042 square foot lot where 8,000 square feet are required. All right, so this shows that 8,000 is the minimum lot size required in the B1 zone for a two-family dwelling. So the relief sought is 1,958 square feet. So I did an analysis for the neighborhood and zone, which is B1, and within this area, around half the housing is single family, or 53% are single family homes, and 47% are two family and multifamily housing. And this reflects that there's a variety of different housing types within this neighborhood. And within this neighborhood and zone, there's a density of 7.32 units per acre. And if this variance was approved, the density of the area would rise negligibly to 7.35 units per acre, falling well below the density standards of the future land use map designation. So I also conducted a 200-foot and 400-foot radius analysis alongside the other analysis that I did. And that also yielded similar results showing that the density of the area that I analyzed would still be below the density of the future land use map of the zone, which is less than 10.8 units per acre for each separate analysis that I did. We also found that goals, policies, and actions outlined in the comprehensive plan also supported the approval of this application. Namely, this project supports goals H2, H4, and policy H3 by increasing the availability of housing in a desirable neighborhood. Its approval would really result in an increase in two-family housing in an area that has more single-family homes, and historic neighborhoods in Eastern Cranston were originally built with varied housing types. With that, we would send a positive recommendation to the zoning board of review.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Is there any questions for Mr. Ray? Commissioner Lampier.
This one? Wait, this? This?
I'm sorry. This borders on Narragansett Boulevard in Edgewood. I think you can see from the properties that surround this little lot that all of those properties are on much larger lots. They have frontage for the most part, except two at the bottom right, on Circuit Drive. I can't, Selkirk, thank you. And this lot was recently a subdivision that was done administratively that created that smaller lot. It's B1. It was created, well, I should let the planning director explain that a little bit, but the lot was created as a subdivision of that lot in front of it that has a house on it. If you look at this just from this view, it is not at all consistent with that part of the neighborhood. It is not only, I'm not arguing that it couldn't be one family because it was subdivided. It met the area requirements for B1 for a one family, but not for a two family, which is 8,000 square feet. A lot that size is very much not in keeping with the neighborhood character. And it was approved, although it said B1, the subdivision had applied for a single family. But under B1, it can be either use as long as the square footage is sufficient. So I don't know, Jamie, if you can just show a picture of the actual photos of the area.
Like
So
that?
this is the lot at the bottom. Also, those lots are very steeply sloped because they go down to the boulevard and then the water is right. Person is standing at the little park that's there at the edge of the water. So the houses are quite large and they go that length. Do you have another, or is that the only one?
I also have an aerial
There
view.
we
This
go.
shows an outline before
That's
the
good.
lot was subdivided.
So you can see what that lot was, as he said, before it was subdivided. You can see that particular area that is a neighborhood area, quite unique in Edgewood, that goes all the way down to the water. Should those individuals choose to subdivide their property and meet the area requirement, then there's nothing we can do about that, and they have every right to build. But this is very much not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And I say that as someone who has lived in that neighborhood for about 45 years and walks by that property almost every day. So that's the basis for my conclusion.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanfear. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Wright, Commissioner Mancini?
The people that are building the house, are they gonna be owner occupied or what?
I don't know the answer to that question.
They live on Crest Drive. I don't think they're moving.
Any other questions or comments for any questions for Mr. Ray or comments? Mr. Ray, I'll just ask you a couple of quick questions. As you know, I usually ask density questions. So do you know the density? You provided a density number of the neighborhood area, which is a very large area. But usually we also look at 200 and 400 feet radiuses. What is the density of a 200-foot radius of that property and a 400-foot radius?
Sorry, can you, I'm a little confused, the density of the property or the density of the 200-foot?
The 200-foot radius and the 400-foot radius.
For the 200-foot, 6.1, and for the 400-foot, 8.98.
Okay. And of the property?
14.4.
Okay.
As proposed.
As proposed, okay. So I tend to agree with Commissioner Lanfear. This proposed property is going to exceed the density of the existing neighborhood, exceed the density under the future land use map. And I also sense a little bit, and I'll phrase it this way, and I don't mean to insult people, but when somebody gets an approval for a subdivision for one family, for a single family, and then turns around and then does two families, I don't look favorably upon that kind of action. So I'll be voting negative on this. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Ray? Okay, I'll now open up to the public. Is there anyone here who'd like to make public comment? Oh, Commissioner Marbury, please state your name and address.
Thomas Barbieri, 3 Circuit Drive, Cranston. I respectfully oppose this application for the following reasons. This request is based on a lot that simply does not meet the minimum size required by zoning. This hardship that's being claimed exists only because the lot's undersized, which itself is not sufficient justification for a variance. The undersized condition of this lot was created through a prior subdivision and foreseeable at the time. This lot did not become non-conforming by accident or natural circumstances created through a subdivision that resulted in a parcel smaller than was required for a two-family dwelling. Approving this variance would weaken the intent of our zoning regulations and minimum lot size standards. The minimum lot size exists for a reason: to maintain consistency, protect the neighborhood character, and ensure thoughtful development. Allowing a two-family lot with a lot that falls nearly 2,000 square feet short of the requirement undermines those standards and opens the door for similar requests throughout the neighborhood. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to deny the request for this variance to uphold the zoning standards that are in place to protect the long-term character and stability of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Is there anyone here who would like to make further public comment on this? Okay. Mr. Lima, is there anyone online that'd like to make public comment on this?
Annette Bourne.
Ms. Bourne, please proceed.
Hi, Annette Bourne, 51 Community Drive, Cranston, Rhode Island. I actually am here for another reason later in the agenda if it continues, but what I am going to say, with great respect to Commissioners Lampier and Barbieri, I also live in the neighborhood west of Warwick Ave, I will admit, but I'm very familiar with the neighborhood, and we need homes here in Cranston, Rhode Island. This isn't the matter right now, but the mixed use proposal also, we need homes. We need homes with not as much parking as what is historically been built in the last few decades. And I have seen other developments or homes on that strip. There's a very, very large 3-story home now that goes from front to back. It's in one of the images that Mr. Ray showed. There was another home that was built on an empty lot at the back of one of the homes that now, sits facing the bay. So as hard as change is, if we only maintain the idea that neighborhood character never changes, we are never going to achieve housing for the people who want to live here and who already live here more affordably. So with all due respect, I support the planning staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online, Mr. Lima, that'd like to make public comment on this?
There is no other public comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further comments or questions? Commissioner Lampier?
I would just like to ask Jamie whether or not you know whether this proposal is for affordable housing or low-income housing.
I don't know that.
I would suggest that it isn't in the area that it's located.
Okay. Any other further comments or questions? Okay, I will be joining Commissioner Lampier on a negative recommendation on this on the basis of the goals in our comprehensive plan about protecting and stabilizing existing residential neighborhoods, exceeding the density of our residential neighborhoods. And I can't remember right now, but if there's a goal about maintaining the character in the neighborhood, I'll join that too, but I just can't remember it right now. So that's about it. Now would be a time for a motion. Commissioner Lampier,
So moved.
so moved by what I said. Okay, I
I
still,
would make a motion to a negative recommendation for the reasons you set forth.
okay. Is there a second to Commissioner Lampiers? Seconded by Commissioner Zadalis. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion for a negative recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, that takes care of zoning board recommendations. We now have, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we still have a few more things on the agenda, and I believe Ms. Bourne wants to make public comment on one of these things, so we definitely do have to take it up. One is discussion of subdivision regulations. Mr. Boogerman, are you going to talk a little bit about it? I know I made some changes to them, and I can talk about that. And by the way, this is not a vote to adopt it. This is just basically, are we going to present it for public comment and begin the rulemaking process?
We're honestly still in the process of reviewing the changes.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, I mean, what we were hoping for tonight was just to agree to move forward with advertising a public hearing. That's just the question for, are you ready to advertise a public hearing on the subdivision rights?
Okay, so I'll just tell everyone a couple of things about this. Going forward tonight is just basically a decision of, like, we're going to start the process and take public comments. This is the beginning of the rulemaking process. These rules are what you've seen before with a couple of changes, I believe. One is, I believe that the issue of the development plan review has been worked out between the director and our solicitor. They are incorporating development plan review by reference to the zoning code is where it was. I also suggested 3 other changes. I'm surprised Mr. Murray didn't stay here, but I suggested a 25% increase in the fees, which is consistent with what I've just had a discussion with the director of administration. That is less than the fees that we have for, it's less than inflation since 2007. There's been no fee increase since 2007, and it's less than the rate of inflation for the growth in the planning department's budget. That's 1. 2, I make it clear that we have public comment, a public hearing, excuse me, on preliminary plans at major plan projects. I forget the name exactly. And third is I have in there a comment about on the checklist that we include, and this comes from the town of Narragansett, where the applicant for various proposals have to indicate the fiscal impact on the city and the number, an estimate of the number of school-age children. So other towns have that. I thought this would be a good thing to have here, just so we know, because it's a question that always comes up whenever we have a proposal. So those were just a couple of things. Is there any feedback on this so we can go forward, or someone wants to add something or stop? And by the way, just by going forward doesn't mean we're going to adopt the regulations as is. Comment can come in, we can modify it, we can change it based on that public comment. So is there anything people want to say at this point before I open up the public comment?
Just to follow up to your quick conversation, Narragansett is so dead set against development. I just hate to see the city go down that same path. We're trying to create those types of regulations to inhibit future development within the city of Cranston.
Yeah, that's all it is a checklist item, which just basically reports how many kids and the fiscal impact. That's what it is. So that doesn't mean that if there's kids, that's part, it would be part of the checklist that you have to tell us your estimate. Mr. Zadelis, could you go on the microphone?
Sorry. The checklist.
Yeah.
Can we apply a standard, or is it going to be just there?
It's an information thing. We get information on various other things.
Okay, and that's one of the things, if nothing else, we should probably develop a standard on ratios. And
that's not even where we're at right now.
okay, and then the second part, and I'll just table it. because I do want to have a discussion about the methodology on the fees. It's a totally different perspective on.
I understand. I guess I was just trying to get the ball
Yep,
rolling. And so
absolutely.
it was based on a conversation I had with the Director of Administration and the fact that the fees haven't been increased since 2007. Okay. Mr. Coop?
Mr. President, I'm hesitant on the checklist requirement for fiscal impact. How do you define that? How does the developer know that? How do they know how many kids are going to be in the schools? And I mean, we're asking him to tell the city what the city should know already.
I don't agree with that. And I'll tell you why. I've seen now zone changes with 12 apartments on Oaklawn Ave have a fiscal impact with an estimate of the kids in it. I've seen it on Knights Corner. I've seen it at Printworks. I have people coming in with a development. They come in with an estimate of their kids and the number of kids they assume and the fiscal impact. There's different ways to calculate it. I'm not telling them how to calculate it. I'm not telling them how to estimate it. Tell them to come up with an estimate and tell them to come up with an impact. I think the city needs to understand that housing has costs and we need to know what it is so we can properly plan what we're doing here.
I just, if you don't tell the developer how to calculate it, then what good is it?
I don't, because I'm
It's
not,
just a stab in the dark.
of every time we get a fiscal impact statement, it's their estimate. Every time we've reviewed it, it's their estimate. I can critique it. I can ask questions about it. I'm not telling them how to calculate it. I'm saying I need some kind of estimate from you. I don't see what the problem is, to be honest with you, of asking somebody to give me an estimate.
I don't think that's part of a developer's job to tell the city what's going to cost to provide the services that they're supposed to provide anyway.
I think that it's part of the developer's job to provide information to the city so the city can properly plan for it.
Okay, but even then, how does the developer know how many children are going to live in an apartment building?
I've seen people estimate that all the time. I've seen that on constant fiscal impact statements, people making estimates. I disagree with some of these estimates, but I've seen it. I've seen it happen on, I just named some of the projects.
Yeah. As Commissioner Correo pointed out, it's frequently used, those numbers are used to kill developments, to oppose developments. And what's the, this project has an estimate of 23 school-age children. Oh, that's too many. We're not going to allow that. But this other development has an estimate of 12. We're going to allow that. And there's no way to enforce it. There's no way to say, oh, you can't let any more kids move into that building. It just seems very arbitrary to me.
I don't think I said that we're going to allow or not allow based on number of school-age children, but I do think you should know how many school-age children are coming down development so you can make decisions about the school department and whether or not we're going to have to expand an existing school or likelihood or have to build more schools. I don't see why we're afraid of having this information, because you know something? Every time we have one of these things, people come in here and start talking about it. So we always play this game of like, well, there's going to be school children, but we're not going to, no one really wants to talk about it, but it's like the elephant in the room. So I'm not a person that plays hide the football. Okay? I don't play hide the football.
Okay, I think we just disagree on it.
I understood.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anyone else have any comments or questions? All right, anyone here would like to make public comment on these draft regulations before we submit it to the process of a rulemaking? No one here? Online, Mr. Lima? I assume so?
Annette Bourne?
Okay, Ms. Bourne, proceed.
Hi again, Annette Bourne, 51 Community Drive. I greatly appreciate the comments of Commissioners Coop and Carrera, I believe was his name. I too have deep concerns about the checklist, especially regarding the number of school-age children. I believe there could be fair housing issues as well as the fact that I believe it is, the planning department's job, the city's job to determine a methodology if that's what you're looking for. A 3-bedroom home in one neighborhood, a 3-bedroom home in another neighborhood, a apartment home. If you want to responsibly devise the fiscal impact, it should be the city that devises the methodology rather than a developer just taking a stab in the dark. So thank you very much for the remarks. I hope you feel better, Commissioner Frias.
Thank you, Ms. Bourne. Okay, any other public comment?
There is no other public comment.
Thank you. Just on the school-age children thing, I think there'd be more of a problem if I told developers how to calculate it, because then they would object to it. Okay, that'd be one thing. Second, if Narragansett has this, and other towns, I'm gonna look, if I have to go through all 39 cities and towns, I will. But if other towns have this, I don't see how it's a fair housing issue. I haven't, unless the solicitor tells me that Narragansett's in a fair housing violation for asking an estimate, I don't see it. That's my own point. Okay, Commissioner Renzulli?
I don't want to talk too long because we're already here for a long time. I don't see it as, see it as something that's relevant information based on being on the city council and on this commission and trying to make these decisions. We do need to know fiscal impact often. But I also see the point that if we don't devise, if the city itself doesn't devise a way to estimate that they want to use across the board, then I think developers using their own methodologies that are differ from each other kind of skews the data that we're getting. And so we want it, if we want it to be accurate in order to make the decisions, we probably have to come up with a universal way to do this. I don't know if they do that anywhere else. I'm just saying I can see why that would be a fair point. I definitely think we need it, but also like the compromise there might be, we need to devise a way to do this so everyone does it and it's equitable.
Right. I mean, I understand your point, Commissioner Renzulli. I would say that, you know, could a methodology be devised? Sure, we could do that. Like I said, but that doesn't prohibit us in the meantime to come up with this and begin the process, and we'll get public comment back from people.
I agree with that. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from anyone else? Okay, I think that's it, Director, on that one. Comprehensive plan amendments, you have anything you want to report at this time? If you do, you please come to the microphone. You could sit in the solicitor spot if you want. Everybody knows it's, you're not the solicitor.
Just to make sure I understand, what's your direction on the subdivision reg? Should we advertise for a public hearing?
Well, we're not taking a vote, but I would say that we can, I would say proceed to go with a subdivision regulation. And then we'll get public comment on the subdivision regulations from
Okay.
everybody.
I'm afraid I have nothing new to report on the comprehensive plan, other than we have a workshop scheduled January 14th at the Central Library, and we're doing double duty with open space and recreation, hoping to get some good public engagement and feedback on our goals and those chapters.
Thank you, Director. And I just want to, I was thinking about writing, I asked the director to give me where she stood on the housing element. And I didn't get around to making amendments and partially making changes to it for review here today, in part because I didn't think we'd have enough time. And I wasn't feeling so good for the last few days. City Planning Director's report, Director Ashman, I think you provided us with a written report. I don't think you need to go through it. Everyone is able to read that. And if they have any questions, they can talk to you about it. I'd also like to note, is there anything on that part, Director? Is that okay?
No, just happy if you want to learn more about any of these things, please give me a call or send me an email.
Thank you. And last, I'd like to note, just under the headline of SETI Planning Director's report, I know this is going to be the last meeting of Commissioner Renzulli with us, I believe. Is that still true? Okay, and she'll be joining the administration shortly. So I want to thank her for serving her year out of the City Council with us. She's been a wonderful addition to us, a very practical perspective on issues. So thank you for serving with us, and maybe we'll see you again as a public commenter someday.
Yes, I want to thank you Well, I thank the mayor for appointing me to this body. It's truly been an honor. This is a serious, thoughtful body. Some of the most prepared, hardworking people that I've had the privilege of working with, and I was on the city council. So we have longer meetings than probably any other body other than the city council I served on. But the work is real. Everyone comes prepared and really cares. And I can tell you, this is where Cranston's future is quietly built. And it's been a privilege to serve with all of you. I'm stepping into a communications role in the mayor's office. And I hope that if you feel I may be able to help you better do your job, or if you need anything just as a resident, I hope that you will feel comfortable reaching out to me. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Renzulli. All right, that's about it. Anything else would be appropriate for a motion to adjourn and see everybody in February? The Commissioner Zadelis, are you having a side conversation? Okay. Could you use the side conversation to say motion to adjourn? Okay, Zadelis, Mr. Director Zadelis has made a motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Coop. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Got out of here 11:30. Have a good evening. I'll see you in a month.